Good afternoon and welcome to our August 25th regular meeting of Belleville City Council. I'd like to call the meeting to order. We're all present except Councillor Sue. The City of Belleville acknowledges we are meeting today on traditional territories of many nations. We recognize and honor the historic relationship of the Indigenous peoples to this land and acknowledge our shared obligation to respect, honor, and sustain these lands and the natural resources contained within them. We recognize all First Nation, Métis, and Inuit who call Belleville their home and support the need for cultivating a strong relationship with them. We look forward to fostering a path towards reconciliation and show respect for the Indigenous peoples who first lived and currently live on this land where we now all reside together. Please remain standing for a moment of reflection.
May we be worthy custodians of all that has been entrusted to us. Help us to be concerned only for what will promote good government. May we bring to our council chambers minds that think and hearts that feel, always having respect for others, so that we may serve the people of our city in a helpful manner and for the good of all.
Disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. I need a motion for the approval of the minutes of council meeting held on August 11, 25 be approved. Moved by Councillor Chatton, seconded by Councillor Thompson. Discussion, all in favor? Carried. Deputations, we have a couple tonight. We start with Janet Jarrell, Quinte Arts Council, as Chair of the Alliance of Arts Councils of Ontario, Presentation, Arts and Culture, and Local Economic Development Panel. Janet.
Thank you.
The numbers on economic development blew me away on AMO.
That was,
yes,
it was
very,
fantastic.
very good.
Everyone can hear me all right. Good afternoon, Your Worship, Mayor Ellis, Mayor, members of council, and city staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Janet Jarrell, and I'm just getting used to these readers, so they'll be on and off. I represent the Quinte Arts Council. I also sit as the chair of the Alliance of Art Councils of Ontario. So I want to begin by acknowledging the important work that the City of Belleville does and work together with you in guiding and ensuring that we continue to have a vibrant, inclusive, and thriving community. So I appreciate you setting aside time for this deputation, and I look forward to sharing some important updates. So, I've spoken to most of you, so but the Quinte Arts Council, one of our most important programs is the Umbrella magazine, which you all have a copy of. Just a fun fact about the person on the beginning. Oh, bring this closer. Yeah. Oh, lower there. All right, to stand over here. The cover of that magazine has Gabrielle Faith Edwards. She received bursary through our bursary program a couple of years ago, and has gone on to become, she did film in Toronto at Humber, and is now she's the host of TVO Kids. She's from Quinte West. So we do publish a quarterly magazine, and then we have begun printing an annual, so that's the annual. We also have a program called What's on Quinte, so it's a calendar of arts and culture events, and we blast that out to all of our subscribers. We pay artists, local artists, to go into the schools to teach arts to the next generation. So that helps out our school programming, any funding cuts that they've had, and also gives career opportunities to our local artists. We offer 7 bursaries to students who are pursuing the arts. And of course, we have our Arts Recognition Awards annually. And community festivals and events, and I'm going to talk a little bit today about the first Belleville Arts Festival. But I want to get to Arts Across Ontario. So the Ontario Arts Council put together a report. They hired Nordicity, a third-party consultant, to work on this report, and it is region by region. It breaks down the success stories of arts across the regions. So I had the privilege of sitting and representing the Alliance of Art Councils of Ontario at AMO, and that's the first time that arts and culture has been one of the platforms. So I was really happy that that's happening, and it will be an annual event. The room was full, and we ran out of time. The questions we answered about 12 questions at the end of the presentations, and then ran out of time for the rest of the questions, so people just stayed. But you have one sheet in there. It's looks like this. It's just the one pager from the very extensive report that was done. And as you can see, Belleville was noted. I'm just happy about that. Belleville's on the page. We support 927 jobs with arts and culture, and that represents 2.7% of our labor force. So it's pretty significant. We are sitting in a really unique position. We have neighbors, Indigenous neighbors with our Mohawks of the Bay of Quinte, and we have quite a Francophone speaking population in Quinte West. And then we have our cultural assets, like Quinte Ballet is a national school of ballet. We have the Glanmore House. These are cultural assets that we need to make sure that we are promoting and celebrating. Arts and culture account for 30% of total tourism spending. It's a pretty significant number. So that, the statistics out of that come from our census, and within the census, this from Statistics Canada, there's a cultural satellite account, so it can extract information about arts and culture, and that's why that broke that down so well by region. So my job at the AMO was to share success stories for arts and culture across the province, and of course the first success story I shared was for Belleville. It's significant, our numbers. So we're really proud of it. And I mean, it's things like our festivals, our theaters, original works of art. Belleville does have year-round arts and culture to offer. Why this matters to Belleville? Well, the artists are an economic driver and a tourism attraction. They are the pillar of our community. Why do people want to move here? They want to be involved in a community that has some strong arts and culture. Jobs and GDP growth in our city and our region, it represents tourism through festivals, exhibitions, and performances. Again, 30% of total tourism spending is through arts and culture. That's across the province. That's not just in Belleville, but representing that number. Creative art sessions, youth programming, inclusive cultural initiatives. We're seeing this on the rise. We have so many festivals. It's very inclusive. If you're going to move to a community, you want to feel like you're part of that community, and I think Belleville has stepped up. The Quinte Arts Council is proud to represent Belleville in this regional narrative, and we invite the Mayor and Council to continue championing the arts. Strong arts and culture makes a thriving community where people want to live, work, and play. And it's a positive for our community to be acknowledging that. A little bit more about the Quinte Arts Council's impact. Again, the numbers, 927, that jumps out at you. The Quinte Arts Council helps those numbers happen by growing audiences and local spending. The number one program that we do have is that Umbrella Arts magazine. Many careers, many jobs have come from being in that magazine. I was just in Kingston on the weekend, and there was a block party, and one of our musicians was playing and she took a case of those magazines, and she'd been handing them out in Kingston. She uses it to get jobs like that. We support whatever's going on. We can drive an audience there with our What's on Quinte, supporting the next generation with the artists in the classrooms. And we do have more to talk to you about, but not quite today, the Create Well Arts program that's coming in, that we're working on. Celebrating excellence with the Arts Recognition Awards, so this will be the 31st year, and bringing together partners like schools, health providers, and tourism to make the arts and culture thrive. So this year we are celebrating the 31st Annual Arts Recognition Awards. It will be on September 25th, starting at 11 a.m. at Dinkle's Restaurant, so you're all invited to look into that. Local arts champions whose leadership is making a tangible difference for arts and art audiences across our region. So the first one is Luis Cisneros. He is a non-binary Mexican-Canadian artist. Cisneros uses sculpture, painting, and film to braid Mexican and Canadian identities into potent community-centered works. We've had a couple of installations at the Arts Council. There was a papel picado, which is paper mache with words in it and pictures, and also last year an ofrenda, which was an invitation for you to remember someone from the LGBTQ plus community. From that ofrenda, Louise was recognized with a Craft Ontario Community Award. Emma Bet Belit, an Ethiopian-born Belleville-based mixed media artist and educator. Belit has arts advocacy, and she's also an arts teacher, but she has a really big project she's been working on for a few years, and it's going to be really big when she covers the side of a bridge in Belleville with crochet. There's over 200 people have participated. There's probably going to be between 12,000 to 20,000 squares on that bridge. It's incredible. There probably is more than 200 people at this point, but that was my last number. Phil Bowerman has been an active member of the Belleville Theatre Guild for over 50 years. That is 5-0. Acted, directed, produced, archived its histories, and mentored generations. So that's preserving the legacy of the Pinnacle Playhouse. Lola Reed Allen, an adventurous photographer, author, and arts patron. Reed Allen expands community horizons through global storytelling, generous support of local arts, and she has an award-winning book, Highway to the Sky, which reflects a trailblazing career as one of the first female airline transport pilots. Next, we're acknowledging Christina McIntosh. At the Quinte Ballet School, McIntosh leads the free Dancing with Parkinson's program. So if you've ever heard of that, if you haven't, you should probably look into that. It's a really important program. It's accessible, it's free, it's uplifting, and steadfast care, growing participation, reducing isolation, and advancing the health of the community. And then we have Jennifer Brandt. Jennifer E. Brandt is a musician, artist, and educator from Cantiague. Brandt blends Mohawk and English in her music, champions language revitalization, and she leads a community initiative like a seed sanctuary, which fosters cultural resurgence, youth engagement, and reconciliation. And last topic, the Quinte Arts Council is proud to present the first Belleville Arts Festival, a month-long celebration of arts and culture taking place throughout November 2025. So this group has been meeting since June of 2024. At that time, Dean Hustwick was involved, and the inspiration for the festival is Susanna Moody, Life and Times. We have to acknowledge the City of Belleville through your tourism funding. You are supporting this festival, and it brings together the Belleville Public Library, the John M. Parrott Gallery, the Glenmore National Historic Site, County of Hastings Historical Society, Community Archives of Belleville and Hastings County, the Belleville Theatre Guild, River and Main Theatre, Theatre in the Wings, and local authors, writers, and performers are all involved in this festival over various dates in November. So together, these partnerships reflect the collaborative spirit at the heart of the festival, uniting history, creativity, and community. I think that I want to thank you, and if anybody has any questions, I'm open to answering
Thank you.
questions.
Any questions for the deputation? Councillor Kelly?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, thanks for the deputation, Janet. It was great to see you at AMO last week, and I heard your presentation went well. We know that a vibrant arts community, so many benefits that engages your community, tourism. In your report, you mentioned 927 jobs created, builds community. It's just good too for mental health, gives us something to do. Per capita funding, can you kind of give us an idea what the landscape would be for municipalities across the province for per capita funding and how it works here in the City of Belleville? And also too, has there been a bounce back to the arts now after the pandemic? So 2 questions, per capita and life after the pandemic for the arts community.
For sure. Okay, so I'll address the first one. The per capita, of course, varies from situation to situation, and size of community matters as well. A community, small to mid-sized community, it's recommended between $3 and $7 per person for an investment in arts and culture. Then there's the larger communities, like Toronto does have a $25 per person spend, and we all enjoy that, everything that comes out of Toronto. Kingston is somewhere around $8 a person, and we're working with Belleville. We're bridging one right now, but we're working with that.
So the city of Belleville per capita is close to $1 for the arts. And do you have access? I believe you would, and I know you do, but through the grant program.
Yes, through the grant, so we have access to arts and culture funding, so that provides up to $5,000 per organization. It's project funding, and we have also, with like the Belleville Arts Festival, that funding came from the city tourism funding.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Seeing none, I need a motion to receive. Moved by Councillor Chapman, seconded by Councillor Enright Miller. All in favor, carried. Thank you, Janet.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Evelyn Wilson here. It is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. Evelyn? Good afternoon, Evelyn.
Hello. Hello. Yes, my name is Evelyn Wilson, and September is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, and I am here to bring some facts to you, to bring awareness, because awareness always will bring funding. A little story and backdrop as to why I am this kind of in this program. Basically, my whole life, I mean, everybody is touched by cancer. Unfortunately for me, it's been part of my life, basically my whole life. When I was 5 years old, my twin brother was diagnosed with cancer in 1972, and he passed away in 1973 at the age of 6, just after our 6th birthday. And then as a 6-year-old child, you know, you think, oh, what can you do? But there really wasn't anything back there in the 70s for kids' cancer and everything. And then starting into the 80s, that's when other families started creating cancer camps, Make-A-Wish, Children's Wish, that type of thing. And of course, Terry Fox came along. And so Terry was one of my biggest heroes. And little did I know that in 2010, my own daughter would be, at 15, would be diagnosed with osteosarcoma, the same cancer as Terry Fox. And that was June of 2010, and she was gone by February 2011. So she only had cancer for 8 months before she passed. And so it became, as someone who was already involved in community stuff, childhood cancer, I started to really kind of look into to see what is the best way to make a difference. And what was happening. It was because of our community that we survived without going bankrupt, because of the cost of childhood cancer. And so I just want to bring to you some facts to bring awareness. Most people are not aware that September is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. A lot of people don't know that gold is the color. There are lots of cancers, lots of different colors. But the reality is childhood cancer is a whole other ballgame as opposed to adult cancer. And so I just want to bring some facts to you. The fact is that 1 in 5 children diagnosed with cancer will not survive. And as we prepare for school, you think of a classroom of 30 kids, that means 6 of them are dead because of the rate. So every 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you're dead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you're dead. That is the reality. People see, oh, 80% of kids survive cancer, but they're forgetting that 1 in 5 will not make it. And unlike adult cancers, most of childhood cancers have no reason, there's no rhyme, there's no reason for it. There is approximately 1,700 new cases in Canada every year. That's over 400 in Ontario. Now that may not seem like a lot, but when you keep adding that up, there's over 30,000 so-called survivors in Canada. The biggest challenge is the stats, because they say 80% of kids that survive cancer. But of those 80%, almost 75% of those ones will develop a second or third or fourth cancer down in their life or have lifelong health issues, which becomes a lifelong cost of money. The reality is, that stat is if these kids survive 5 years, they're listed as a survivor. If they die in their 6th, 7th, or 8th year, they're still listed as a survivor. That stat doesn't change, which is unfortunate because they've passed away. And I know a number of families whose children hit that lovely 5-year mark, but then passed away. The reality is that there is hardly any new drugs. In the last 40 or 50 years, only 4 or 5 drugs have been determined for kids' cancers because it is so underfunded. The reality is funding comes from families who have been affected. Childhood Cancer of Canada was started by a mother who lost her child, and then it is morphed into the major childhood cancer funding organization of Canada. We also have Ontario Parents Advocating Against Childhood Cancer, which is short for OPEC, and they focus in on Ontario, and they do the best they can as well. But again, it's volunteers, and most of the board members, I'm a board member on that one, we are all families who have been affected by kids' cancer. The biggest thing, too, with families is the cost of what it costs. You saw in the notes that about $28,000 in the first 3 months. Our family personally blew through $20,000 in the first 4 months because locally, although we have an incredible oncology ward here in Belleville, it cannot and does not service children or teens. You are shipped off to Toronto or Chio and some cases Kingston. But for the most part, we spent 9 out of 16 weeks right after diagnosis in downtown Toronto. And so there's a lot of added cost being in Toronto and away in the transportation. And you have to look after meals. Ronald McDonald House is a wonderful thing, but you don't always get in. It is so full. We never were able to get into Ronald McDonald House. There are a lot of families that can't get into that. And the reality is that over 80% of families, more than likely, it's the mother who has left their position if they were working, or they've got to drag their younger children to Toronto or to Ottawa because they have to be up there and spend 2, 3, 4 months at a time. Children's cancer is so different than adult cancer. We have children's Tylenol, children's Advil, children's medication, but chemo is still an adult chemo. And it is, I remember going to change something in Katie's bed and the nurse said, oh, go put gloves on. And I'm like, it's my child. And they're like, no, you need to wear gloves because of the chemo. And the chemo sometimes kills the cancer, but unfortunately it kills hearts. My friend's daughter, thankfully she was able to get a replacement heart, but it was touch and go. And there's so much cost in doing it. Another friend, she was a lawyer, her daughter fought for 14 and a half years, and she relapsed more than 6 times. And so she didn't work during that. She still hasn't gone back to work since her daughter passed. And so there is so many things. And the reality, especially locally, there is not funding except for Childhood Cancer of Canada, OPEC, and Tears Mean Love, which was a foundation our family has started to try to help local families carry the cost to go to Toronto or Ottawa, Kingston. But again, we are all small organizations that are based on what fundraising activities that we can get. And so, and many of them, unfortunately, have a limit as to how much we can give to each family because we only have limited funds and we want to make sure that everybody gets something. And children's chemo as well. For a child with leukemia, it's minimum 4 to 5 year treatment. For an adult, the adult treatment of leukemia, that adult is usually done in 6 to 8 months. So you think 6 to 8 months as opposed to 4 or 5 years of dealing with back and forth to the hospital. And if they need a bone marrow transplant, they are literally stuck in the hospital for minimum 3 months and they can't leave that room. So there's a lot of mental health issues with the cancers and whatnot that families face. Cancer research has made a huge stride. I'm not denying that. But the fact is, as I said, there's very little new drugs in the world of kids' cancer. For instance, now there is some, my parents were told he had a 20% survival rate. Now leukemia is about a 93%. But of that 80%, this is the other aspect with kids' cancer, is that when you see the stats of kids' cancer, they lump every single kids' cancer together. So the leukemias, the sarcomas, the brain cancers, all of that is lumped under one. And so the funding that is given goes to there's 20 major cancers and over 100 subtitles of kids' cancers. And we only get no more than 5 to 7% each year from the federal government to do funding. Whereas other cancers, it's one cancer, for instance, prostate cancer or breast cancer, but we have to group all of ours together. And so the federal government has not upped their well, in the 15 years I've been doing this, we average between 3 and 6%. The latest report, I did see that we did get 7% last year, but again, that's not a lot when kids' cancers are still, kids' cancer is the leading cause of death for children over everything. Actually, it lumps all other diseases. Kids' cancer kills more children. So there is a need for funding, and that's where we advocate. But again, as I said, it's over the years, I've been part of an organization where we shaved our heads. We shave our heads, we do bake sales, there's craft shows, there's different fundraisers. Grace Bowen's family out of Coburg has done an incredible job. But again, the families are the ones doing it, and families are getting tired of having to continuously try to do fundraiser after fundraiser because we're exhausted. And when you're in the midst of your child's cancer, you can't really think of that. And then either your child goes into remission, but you're always turning your back to see if that child is going to be diagnosed. We locally have a child who is now on his 3rd recurrence. We have another local child who, because of what the treatment is, has to go to Cincinnati because it's not available here in Canada. And so they have to raise funds to get there. The treatment is covered and the hospital's covered, but they got to figure out how to get down there. And these are the things that aren't there. There is no real large organizations that assist with any of that. It is all coming from funding from typically families who are involved. So the biggest thing is to bring awareness that September is gold. September is when we think of kids going back to school, but there's so many kids who aren't going back to school because they're stuck in a hospital. So I just want to say thank you. You have the information that I've given you, and I thank you that I know you're going to be doing the proclamation later of declaring that September is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. I had hoped to have gold pins for you, but with the mail right now, they didn't arrive in time. I had bought some for you guys. But anyways, if you find a gold ribbon, or if you're thinking about it, the reality is, if you're looking for a good research organization to donate, Childhood Cancer of Canada or OPEC are the 2 main ones, and really the only ones that focus on kids' cancer. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Deputation? Councillor Carr?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Evelyn, for coming. I don't think I've ever called you Mrs. Wilson, so I'm going to break protocol and just call you Evelyn.
And I'm appreciative of the fact that the mayor had this deputation to bring awareness, and I know that you do extreme advocate work tirelessly and supporting other families now in their journeys after you went through your own personal journey. The question I have, and you've given us a lot of statistics, but I want to know, what is the reception like, or what is the indication from our local MPPs and MPs, both at those levels of government that would ultimately be responsible for funding childhood cancer research and treatments and support? What's the reception been like from them? And further up, what is the ministries of health indicating to those organizations, or even to yourself, in terms of commitments to increase funding? Your organizations have been very clear that there's a huge deficit and kids are being left behind. Are you getting any indication that they're finally seeing the picture that you and other groups are painting, that there's a desperate need for more funding?
Unfortunately, we haven't got the reception we would like. They quite often I've been doing this for 15 years. I personally have I know these organizations have met with MPs, MPPs, and they're always all receptive, but then once it gets back to Parliament or back to Queen's Park, everything else kind of takes over, and the reality is there really hasn't been, they've committed some, but then either a government change or something, and then everything falls to pieces. Childhood Cancer of Canada is constantly advocating in Ottawa, as is OPEC at Queen's Park. The number of times I've been up to Queen's Park for days. Again, we just do our best and we keep going, but unfortunately, we haven't seen a whole increase in funding after they all say, oh, yes, we understand, and yep, this is something we need to do, but we keep fighting and we just keep going and do our best.
Councillor Kelly?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Thank you, Evelyn, for coming tonight and educating us all on Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, and some good stats you passed along. On a personal note, I've known you for a long time. I spent time with you and Katie through her journey, and you've been a model for, I think, our area to continue the cancer conversation through the Terry Fox Run, the Relay for Life, and here you are today presenting at City Council. I follow a local group, and you touched on it today. It's on Facebook, and it's supporting a young boy in Belleville, and his name is Lincoln. It's Lincoln's Fight on Facebook, and there's close to 2,000 people, I believe, in the area supporting Lincoln's Fight. And as you touched on just this afternoon, little boy was in a hospital in Cincinnati and having surgery. So he has to leave Belleville, and if you look at some of the postings, they talk about the fundraising initiatives, and you touched on that. They have silent auctions, the GoFundMe account. People in the community are raising awareness and funds to help Lincoln. He's not alone, and the community comes out and shows that. I guess the question to you now, too, is with the Relay for Life and the Terry Fox Run, I know those are separate community initiatives, but is there funds that children and their families can take from those chapters with or branches of the Canadian Cancer Society to help them with the expenses? You touched on hotel, gas, all of that. Are those resources available for other families going through a different fight with cancer?
Unfortunately, the Canadian Cancer Society no longer assists with that. About 10 years ago, they cut the children. They used to pay some expenses for us as families, and unfortunately, they cut that about 10 years ago. The Terry Fox Foundation, because it's mostly research, but Terry Fox Foundation actually is one of the biggest changes of adding more research to kids' cancers, because Terry was 18 when he was diagnosed and surrounded by other kids, and that's the reason he started it, because he saw too many kids die. So the Terry Fox Foundation has added a ton and has done some incredible work in the research department. But Terry Fox Foundation, everything they earn is for research specifically. So they've done a good thing. And unfortunately, the Cancer Society no longer assists.
Okay, motion.
Thank you. Just one further thing, Mayor, sorry. This past weekend, with my daughter, I was at the Terry Fox Monument, tribute to Terry in Thunder Bay, and a very special place to go because of just my own track record of being involved in the Marathon of Hope every September. Last thing for you, what is a family to do? You touched on it was $20,000 in just weeks that you spent and your husband to get Katie to the services. What's a family to do? This is just a comment from you. What's a family to do if they don't have the funds, they don't have outreach or family, they don't know who to turn to? What do they do?
Unfortunately, we met a lot of those families. The Bay of Quinte was absolutely incredible to support us, but we met families from others, and they basically are remortgaging their houses. I know people who sold their houses and moved in with parents. They literally find, most families figure, like they go, well, we got to get our child there. So they sell everything, or they just go into excessive. I know a few families who are have over $1 million in debt now because they didn't have the community support. So, that's the thing is, unfortunately, that's the cost of it because, as I say, like northern families have to come down from Northern Ontario down to Toronto or London, like they're away as well. So in one sense, we're a little bit blessed that we're a little closer to Kingston or a little bit closer to Toronto or Ottawa. But yeah, childhood cancer families. I sat in on a Canadian national group about 12 years ago, and they at first weren't going to reimburse our expenses. They just wanted to bring us together. Then after they learned how expensive and what we paid for, or how much we went into debt, or personally, we sold all our RSPs to make sure that everything was fine for us. But if people don't have those things, yeah, it's just a matter of trying to bring awareness and try to get organizations to help realize the cost of it. Because many people go, oh, Belleville's got such a great oncology ward, which they do. But they wouldn't even, Katie needed one little treatment, and sick kids asked Belleville to do it, but they couldn't because they don't service those under 18 in cancer. So a lot of people don't realize the expenses and the added stuff, so.
Motion to receive, Councillor Henderson, seconded by Councillor Enright Miller. All in favor? Carried. Thank you for your journey. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
I now need a motion for council to rise and go into committee of the whole at 4:27 p.m. to hear and consider reports, passing recommendation resolutions with Councillor Brown in the chair. Moved by Councillor Chapman, seconded by Councillor Enright Miller. All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Beginning with reports under item 8A. 8A1, City of Belleville Loan Policy. The resolution reads that Council approve the recommendations of the Finance Committee as outlined in the Director of Finance Treasurer's Report number DF 2025-06 and approve the City of Belleville's loan policy. Could I have a mover, please? Thank you, Councillor Enright Miller. Councillor Carr. Discussion? Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we reviewed this in Finance Committee and certainly appreciate the work that the Finance Department did in developing this policy. Look, I'll say publicly that the City of Belleville shouldn't be operating as a bank, and I know that there has been loans out, and it's outlined in the report where there's been circumstances where it has been the case, but I think if we're going to consider it in the future, we need a robust framework in which to review these and have expectations that those that are looking for loans from the municipality meet the mark. And I would say that in the past, I guess the framework has not been there, been absent. And as a result, I think there's varying degrees of loan types and requirements with those. And so having a clear expectation, and this puts the onus on those individual groups that may be looking to come to the city, that they have to meet certain requirements. And, you know, quite honestly, banks are in the business of loaning money, and they'll certainly enjoy making interest off anybody. But they're in the best position. But as you're well aware, there is a high expectation in terms of meeting those loan requirements, and I think we should be no different. So again, appreciate the staff putting this framework together.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this item? All in favor? Thank you. The motion's carried. Item 8A2, Water Leak Forgiveness Policy. The resolution reads that council approve recommendations of the Finance Committee as outlined in the Manager of Finance Deputy Treasurer's Report DDF-2025-08 and approve the City of Belleville's water leak forgiveness policy, and that the 2025 operating budget be amended to include $10,000 for the implementation of this policy to be funded as follows: $4,900 from the Water Service Reserve Fund and $5,100 from the Sanitary Sewer Reserve Fund. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Mayor Ellis. Discussion? Thank you, Councillor Enright Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say the Finance Committee is putting forward this endorsement of the water leak forgiveness policy, which I'm happy to speak about and endorse. I know a lot of people have faced high water bills at some point due to an unforeseen leak in their home, and a small leak can amount to a tremendous amount of water consumption and cost, and we just want to help. This policy will be funded from the Water Service and Sanitary Service Reserve Funds and is designed to support residential customers who experience unexpected water leaks that result in significantly high water bills. Residential customers will be eligible to apply for forgiveness. Forgiveness will be granted up to a maximum of $2,000 per application. The program ensures residents are not unfairly penalized for leaks that are accidental or unforeseen, while still promoting responsible water usage and maintenance of private systems. This program provides a safety net to ease the burden during stressful situations, and a water leak can be very stressful. And this policy demonstrates that the city values its residents and is committed to ensuring fairness in billing practices by recognizing the extraordinary circumstances should not be placed undue financial strains on households, should it happen. The water leak forgiveness policy is a practical and compassionate initiative that strengthens the relationship between the City of Belleville and its residents. It ensures fairness, provides peace of mind, and demonstrates reasonable use of reserve funds to support those in need. And I thank staff and the Finance Committee for preparing this policy for Council's consideration. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, and I want to commend staff for bringing this forward and taking it to the Finance Committee. I just happen to have two concerns within the last 6 months, both of them for fairly large amount of money for a lot of water leaks. And at that point, we did give them some forgiveness. But with this policy now, it's straightforward. And what we had to go through, the staff worked with the two people that I dealt with and took to the City Hall, and they dealt with it in fair, equitable way. But by having this policy, it certainly gives them the opportunity to say, this is what we got, because when I was dealing with the finance, we had really no policy. So we ended up giving them something to ease the burden, but it makes it so much easier than the other way we had to do it when I dealt with the two of them. So I'll certainly support the motion.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this item? All in favor? Thank you. The motion's carried. Item 8A3, 2026 Operating Budget Guidelines. The resolution reads that Council approve the 2026 Operating Budget Guidelines as outlined in the Manager of Finance Report Number DDF-2025-09. May I have a mover and a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Enright Miller and Mayor Ellis. Discussion? Councillor Enright Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just as Chair of the Finance Committee, I just wanted to highlight some items from our Deputy Treasurer's report, and a thank you to our Manager of Finance, Brianne, for this detailed report. Very well done. I think it's important for people to know, because I hear and read a lot of comments asking, where does our tax money go? What's it being spent on? Well, each year, we show the taxpayers exactly where the money is collected from and where the money is spent. And each year, we ask taxpayers for input on both the operating budget and the capital budget. You see, this process of drafting the city budgets follows established financial guidelines and policies to ensure responsible planning and allocation of resources. Prior to finalizing the budget, the city holds multiple opportunities for public engagement, including at least 3 publications or surveys where residents can provide feedback and input. Remember, the City of Belleville is a corporation of which we are all shareholders in, and as a corporation holds a lot of assets and provides a lot of services and has to put a lot of money away in reserves for repair and replacement. Before we even start a budget, there are capital priorities each year that are must-haves, not nice-to-haves. So right off the top of a budget is the capital infrastructure replacements and repairs that have to be done to keep up with all of our assets and keep our city running, as well as the services the city provides. Again, right at the start of the budget are all our service level costs. This is how we start. There are 2 ground zero expenses we build off of. Trust me, public input is an important part of the process, and it helps guide priorities and ensures that the budget reflects our community needs. Survey 1 went live May 13th, followed by a media release and social media blasts inviting stakeholder feedback. The first survey concluded June 6th with a total of 705 responses. I thank those who took the time to respond, and believe me, we are provided each and every response from those responders. It gives us priorities to build on. You indicate what you would like to see and service levels, how you feel are important to you. However, participation remains low compared to our Belleville population. While this feedback is valuable, greater participation would strengthen the process and ensure an even broader representation of the community's voice in budget decisions. So please watch for survey number 2, which will be from October to November, and survey number 3, which will run January to February 2026. You can link from the city's website, and there will be media blasts as well as information on social media. So please help us help you and take the surveys. Thank you.
Any other items for discussion? Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This was at a Finance Committee a couple weeks ago, and I said as a member I didn't support it, and I want to just speak on it today in terms of the guidelines. The guidelines include the fact that there's going to be a moderate increase to tax-funded contributions to capital projects to align with the asset management plan, and I have no issue with that. We have over $3 billion worth of assets, and that those previous reports outline the requirements to maintain those assets. And it would be negligence to ignore them. It's like knowing your roof is leaking and doing nothing about it. We just can't simply let these assets decay, so therefore there has to be that contribution. The other thing that I'm going to be mindful of, and the expectation is put on me from residents, is to watch the bottom line. And for residents of Ward 2 are facing yet again the consequences of the fire master plan. Both in the urbanized area, which are seeing the increase, but then the rural area, as I've said before, is feeling the impact as those properties shift out of that area into the urban area, and therefore there's less tax dollars per house or less houses to pay the taxes for the rural component. So coupling those together, and the fact that we have, previous council decisions, which are tallying up quite quickly, exceeding or having a property tax rate increase not to exceed 5% is just beyond the pale as far as I'm concerned. One thing I do notice, and I'm familiar with government at different levels, and my concern has been in the past with respect to base budget and how things get baked in. And we have seen through surveys that residents expect good service delivery, measurements on that delivery, because again, as far as I'm concerned, if you're spending money, there has to be a result attached to it, and if you can't demonstrate the result through measurement, then we have a problem. And so, and then finally, we have to make sure that those dollars are being spent and efficiencies are being met. And one thing I don't hear a lot of year over year, and I've been here for some time, is areas where we can create efficiencies. So for example, I'd asked staff and they provided me some information. Our office supply budget, again, we're talking a $200 million operating budget at the end of the day, so this is not a lot, but $440,000 is spent on office supplies, with between $10,000 and $15,000 spent on paper alone. Government should be transitioning over to electronics. We all have them in front of us, and you know, I see staff, a lot of them using just electronics at meetings and no paper. Government loves paper. It's the way it's always been done, and it's hard to break that. That's just one example. If we were to go and look line by line, which we don't do, that there's opportunities for efficiencies, and a little bit here and a little bit there and a little bit over here starts to add up over time. And my concern is when we're seeing the base budget continually getting those baked in costs, and I think there's other things that may get baked in shortly that we'll talk about, then that just automatically increases that tax impact year over year. So I know there's lots of pressures, and we cannot deny the fact that when we purchase things or do contracts with other businesses, they know, number one, we're a government, so we have lots of money, so they think. They take advantage of the fact that we publish the budget, so they know what to bid on because they know what we're willing to pay. Those are the expectations of government. And I think for some, there's this thought that we can just go back and tax more. And as residents are feeling the effects of the economy as it stands now, job uncertainty, you know, within the next year and a bit, those that renewed mortgages at lower rates are going to be shocked. We're seeing delinquency rates on mortgages going up. Those are all indicators of affordability. And then we have to sit here taking the public's funds to make sure that we're spending them appropriately, but we're also looking at ways to not always ask for those increases. The other thing characteristic to government, and I'm not pointing fingers here today, I'm just saying generally speaking what I know is many government departments simply know that this is our annual budget and we spend it all, because if we don't and we have some left over, then we may not get it next year. That's the mentality in government generally speaking, and I'm not saying it's here in this house, but we have to show ways to reduce, ways to be more efficient, ways to be cost effective, and have the measurements to prove it. And last year was a 5% increase. We had the health taxes, I call it, that was put on, taken off because we used reserves that we could have used elsewhere to knock the the tax rate lower. So there was a little bit of in and out, but if we had not put the health tax on in the first place, we could have taken that same bundle of money and reduced the taxes a little bit more. So I say all that to say that exceeding the 5% with all these other things is just not realistic in my books. Thank you.
Any other comments on this one? Then if I could I ask the, oh, sorry, Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, just a general, when I come on this council, at one point, we thought a 2% increase was excessive. We always strive for 1 or less or 2 below. Now we're striving for 5 or above or 5 just below. All as I can say is that we better do the best we can, because in our report, they don't want the services that we give to our taxpayers, they don't want those cut. So that puts a big burden on our committee members and council to bring in the best budget we can. And I think they do. Honestly, they work very hard to bring in. But we have to be very concerned, and I'm going to say it again, and I'll say it every time. There's one taxpayer, taxes go up, sewer and water go up, and that's 3 items going up every year. And if we do 5% here, 4% there, and 4% there, we got to start looking, either that or the federal and the provincial government got to say, okay, we've cut you back and cut you back and cut you back. We need to start giving you some money. It's as simple as that. Because the taxpayers in our municipality, and not just here, you look at Tweed, 17% increase last year. That's asinine. If we get a 10% increase, I'd go ballistic. We need, and I appreciate what staff does. All as I say that we have to be very, very careful in our operating budgets so that we can bring in the best service we can at the least tax increase. 5% is my limit. And I've told the mayor, I hate to swallow 5%, but I can maybe swallow 5. But it goes above 5, then it's back in our service to cut services. And nobody wants that, so, thank you.
Mayor Ellis. You could?
I just, like last year's budget, I guess, a question to our deputy treasurer. What was put towards our asset management plan percentage-wise last year? So the average tax increase, I mean, there's different wards last year, was 4.5%, 5%, and that was below 5 in some of the wards, a little bit above the master plan. But in urban Belleville, we were looking at, was it 4.8, 4.7, somewhere around there?
Through the chair. Yeah, it was around 4.5 for Belleville and around 2% specifically for capital.
So if we took the capital asset management plan off last year, we would have been less than 3.5% increase?
Through the chair, yeah, it would be around that.
That last year. So this year, what is our capital contribution towards asset management? 2.2%, I believe?
That's correct, yeah.
So right now, we're at 2.2%. What are the average increases from outside? What do we control in our budget? Less than 50% of our budget with outside agencies?
We're just, through the chair, we're just slightly over 50% that we actually control within our budget. So a lot of the times the budgets from the externals and city boards go above what our guidelines would suggest.
So historically speaking, and this might be an unfair question for you, outside agencies such as social services, EMS, long-term care, what are they raising our tax increase to last year? Would there have been a percent on that we could not control?
Through the chair, for reference, the increase in the budget that we had to fund through reserve funds last year after the budget was passed was about $800,000 specifically for the county. So that would be a little under 1%.
That we don't control. So we didn't have the outside agencies increases last year, and then not the capital contribution, we would be less than 2%.
Through the chair, yeah. And we'd have to consider a growth assessment
Yeah,
as well
growth
at some
assessment.
point.
So having said that, to get below 5 this year, if we got 2.2 on and about 1% from the county, give or take, we're at 3.2. So we're looking at 4.2. We're looking at about 1% in here for our staff to deal with.
Through the chair, yeah. We would end up, our pre-approvals alone get us
So
past the
we'll be
5%.
looking at service cuts, or if not, hard to get there.
It's possible, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? Then if I could I? Okay, I'd like to speak to it. So Councillor Thompson first. Okay. I just want to follow procedure here, so. Councillor Henderson, did I see your hand go up? Okay, I'm sorry. So if I could ask the mayor to take the chair so I could speak to this one?
This chair's pretty comfortable.
It's warm. Having budget discussions is never easy. There's no right answer. But for those who lack confidence in the economy, they most often cite high costs, including inflation, cost of living, affordability, housing affordability, and taxes. I'd hazard a guess that there isn't any one of us who isn't sitting around this table who hasn't had a conversation with our residents or heard feedback that our taxes are too high. We know how hard we work through them. We know how hard staff work to get us there. But nonetheless, we are still being told taxes are too high. We hear that they can't afford their housing or they suffer from food insecurity. One only has to listen to Gleaner's Food Bank to appreciate the number of residents, many of whom are employed, who are still struggling week to week. As identified in today's report, budget survey number 1, 70% of the respondents indicated a preference to maintain or reduce taxes, even if that meant scaling back some of the discretionary expenses. Additionally, just under 80% supported increasing user fees across a range of services. Ontario's Consumer Price Index average in 2024 was 2.4%, and year-over-year Ontario's CPI was 1.6% as of July 2025. Yet we're recommending a 5% increase as our guiding principle. Recognizing that the proposed increase in contribution to reserve funds, in accordance with the recommendations set out in the asset management plan and the proposed levels of service, it will consume a significant percentage of the budget guideline. I would suggest that the time has come for some considerable belt tightening in other budget categories. I acknowledge this won't be popular with anyone that's sitting around this table or any of our staff. But we have 5 months leading up to the presentation of our operating budget, and there is time to consider what, when, and where we could reduce service levels. Services that are provided on discretionary expenses that could be eliminated with some or minor impact. We must bring our budget and taxation more closely in line with CPI and towards something that our residents can bear. This means a reduction of overhead expenses, decisions on deferring, reducing, or eliminating certain services, or reducing service levels that residents experience today. 70% of the respondents acknowledging it's not a huge number of people, but the message was very consistent and very plain through our survey results, past and current, that maintaining or reducing expenses and taxes was priority. I'd also want to acknowledge, and to be clear, that under strong mayor powers granted from the province of Ontario, that council's decisions could be overturned using the veto power provided. So we can't lose sight of the fact, no matter what we propose or decide, it ultimately is a strong mayor's budget that comes to us, and there's an opportunity for us to veto, but also for the mayor to veto. With each of these acknowledgements in mind, I'd like to offer an amendment as follows. And a copy of that amendment has been provided to the clerk. That the budget guideline point 1 be amended so that the overall residential property tax rate shall not exceed 3.75%, therefore bringing Ward 2 residential property taxes to not exceed 5%, including increases generated from the 2024 Fire Master Plan. It's moved by myself, it's seconded by Councillor Carr, and I'd like to request a recorded vote, please.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I'll second that motion for sure. It kind of aligns with what I was saying earlier. I do have a couple of questions of staff, though. Just in terms of the pre-approvals, what's the projected increase that we're looking at to date? If I could get that through you.
I'll send that to the Deputy Treasurer.
Through the chair to Councillor Carr, it's just over 5.8%.
Thank you. And the second question, and this is obviously hypothetical because it's in the rearview mirror, but just to follow up on the mayor's questions with regards to in and outs, if the hard hub tax of 1% wasn't added to the budget and then taken off with the reserve funds, but so remove the 1%, and we took those same reserve funds just to apply to the bottom line to the tax rate, what would that of tax rate have been? So it'd be approximately 1% less. So what would that be?
Yeah, 1% through the chair to Councillor Carr. 1% would typically be about $1 million, about $1.2 million.
And what would the Through you, Mayor, to the Deputy Treasurer, if the hub tax wasn't applied,
Yeah.
so, and then you were just to take that reserve money that was applied to remove the hard hub tax, if that wasn't applied and just the dollar value, that reserve money went on the bottom line to reduce taxes, what would that tax rate have been?
Sorry, I'm kind of confused. It wasn't applied last year.
No, my point is if you hadn't put the 1% on, because the 1% went on and then reserve money was put in to eliminate that 1%.
We used ACS money or automatic camera money. Yes.
So what I'm saying is that if that 1% wasn't added into the budget to begin with, and you still theoretically took the reserve money and applied it to the tax rate or to the budget to reduce the tax rate, what would that have tax rate been? So whatever the tax rate was last year, minus the whatever $1 million you said was applied.
Oh, through the chair to Councillor Carr, it would be about 3.5%.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Councillor Enright Miller.
Thank you, Chair, through you, just to staff too. I'm all for an amendment, and I would like to see it at 1% or no percent. I mean, I think we're all of the same mindset with that. The report showed a 5% as a start, because I think we're, like, as the mayor said, walk us through what we're committed to. Like, how do we get around the the capital costs that we're subject to, that we can't get away from unless we increase revenue somehow. I mean, it's all about money in and money out, and I agree. I don't like the 5% either. I'd like to see it at 0%. But reality is, we have some commitments ahead of us, the pre-approvals. What does that look like? Can we afford it to, sorry, it was 2.75? 3.75? Like, can we even jump off the page with that? I just don't know the answer.
Through the chair to Councillor Enright Miller, just for some context on the 3.75, obviously it will depend on the levy requirement between the different service areas that impact directly the tax tables. But if all escalations were equal and we went from a 5% to a 3.75%, we would be looking at cutting approximately $1.7 million from our proposed increases if we were to keep it at a 5%. But again, it will depend on what comes in specifically for some of our rural service areas like police and fire.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thanks to the 700 plus that responded to the survey. Listening to the conversation tonight, you know, we're looking at a 5%, that's the number. And just with our committee work, we all know, sitting around the table here, it's increase to public health, where the city of Belleville is adding another almost $75,000 this year to our budget there. We see it in long-term care, Hastings County, social services. The mayor asked the question, it was $800,000. It just seems like we're always coming up short, or at least the provincial government is, to help us. And when you look back, 3 or 4 of the huge areas that we contribute money to is health related, whether it's EMS, social services, long-term care, public health. So that message again, hopefully, and we know it's not resonating with the province, we need more provincial funding to do what we want to do.
Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, and I won't debate this too long. I'm not going to support the amendment. I'm going to leave it to staff. We're dependent on staff to bring in best budget they can. I'm not in favor of cutting any of the services. If you're going to play with the services, you better start playing with the increase of what we're subsidizing. People want the services in our city. They complain that we don't provide enough services. So to come back to the staff and say, look, we got a 2.5% already levied, so you got 1 and 2%, 1.2%. No, I'm not going to support the motion. I'm going to put it back to staff. And if we want to lobby the Ontario and the federal government to give us some more money, then I'm all in favor of that, because those are the two people that are letting us down, big time.
CAO would like to add something before I call the vote.
Just through the chair to council, I think the message that is coming through loud and clear is that council is interested in efficiencies and budget control. The affordability piece for the community is not lost on staff, I can assure you of that. So regardless of what the outcome of the vote is on the amended motion, staff will certainly look at the budget incredibly carefully, as we always do, and as we've done to this point. Councillor Kelly's comment about the province and the federal government and their responsibilities to our community, and some of the shortcomings that that continue to happen on those, I think, are something that not just the staff, but I think council needs to keep front of mind as you're having conversations with our representatives. But one other thing that I would ask council to be very cognizant of in your roles as committee members at external agencies that have budgets that will be coming to us very shortly, if they're not already here, is the budget mandate that we have and that we'll push forward to our taxpayers in the city of Belleville. On an annual basis, we send budget mandate letters to all of our external agencies. I hate to say that they're roundly ignored, but it would appear that they're roundly ignored in some cases. And so I think it is incumbent on us at the staff level to have those conversations with our counterparts at the external agencies, and we do, and we continue. But I think as the council representatives on those external agencies, in roles as voting members and as chairs in some cases, I would ask that you are incredibly aware of what the budget pressures here are on our taxpayers and on taxpayers of those you represent across the county broadly, and keep these conversations in mind as you are presented with budgets for those external agencies and the pressures that all the residents in the greater area face based on this conversation. I think us getting double-digit budgets from some of our externals speak exactly to the pressures that you're considering tonight and that we as staff face when we get those budgets to us, and it incredibly shrinks the percentage of our own budget that we have any control over, and it's for us to meet your mandate. So those are the couple asks that regardless of the outcome of the vote on the amended motion tonight, that we're facing with a 5 or a 3.75, regardless of what that number is, those budget pressures we're incredibly cognizant of.
I just want to add thing. It's not like we're an outlier compared to other municipalities surrounding. We're all faced with tough budget increases. So call the vote. You want a recorded vote, I guess? Is that what you
Recorded
said?
vote.
Yep.
Councillor Carr,
Yes. Yes.
Councillor Chatton,
Yes.
Councillor Enright Miller,
No.
Councillor Henderson,
Yes.
Councillor Kelly,
No.
Councillor Thompson,
No.
Councillor Brown,
Yes.
Mayor Ellis.
No.
Lost on a tie.
Get the mic back down again, so. Moving on to on to the main motion for 2026 operating budget guidelines.
Can I
We
get a
have a-
recorded vote on that one, please?
we have a mover and a seconder for the main motion.
Councillor Chatton,
Yes.
Councillor Enright Miller,
Yes.
Councillor Henderson,
No.
Councillor Kelly,
Yes.
Councillor Thompson,
Yes.
Councillor Brown,
No.
Councillor Carr,
No.
Mayor Ellis.
Yes.
Carried by 5.
I move that as read, Chair.
May I have a mover and a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Enright Miller. Seconder, thank you, Councillor Kelly. Discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you, the motion's carried. Item 8A5, Regional Transit Partnership with Prince Edward County, referred to item 9.8. Resolution reads that a bylaw to approve and authorize the execution of an agreement for the operation of a regional transit pass program between the Corporation of the City of Belleville, Quinte Access, Transportation Nonprofit Corporation, and the Corporation of the County of Prince Edward to be prepared for council's consideration. Mover, thank you, Councillor Thompson. Seconder, Mayor Ellis. Discussion? Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, through you, Chair. As Chair of the city's Economic Development team, this is great news. We hope to have this, I believe, up and running according to the report from Brad Strauss by September 1st. I just wanted to get this in because not everybody has access to our information, or maybe you missed it on the website. This regional monthly bus pass will be offered unlimited ridership from Belleville Transit to the County Transit, 30 days. The cost of the monthly pass will be $220, with $140 of the revenue going to the county and $80 to the city. There will also be a concession fare pass for seniors. That's good news. Nobody left out, in specialized riders for $170 and $95 of the revenue for the county and $75 for the city of Belleville. This is good news, bringing our communities together. And we know that a lot of folks in the county have health appointments or other connections to our city, whether it's the arts. This is a good thing, so it's wonderful to see. I hope it's ready to rock on September the 1st.
Any other discussion on this item? All in favor? Thank you. Sorry, could I just ask for hands again, please? All in favor? Thank you, the motion's carried. Item 8A6, review of Belleville's physician recruitment program and future needs. And the resolution reads that the manager of physician recruitment and retention's report number MPRR-2025-15, review of Belleville physician recruitment program and future needs be received. A mover, please. Thank you, Councillor Chatton and Mayor Ellis. Discussion. Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I was looking at this, and I know that it has a focus on physicians, but we've actually expanded that program, nurse practitioners, nurses, both registered nurses and registered practical nurses. We've even gone into, council made the decision to fund a physician appreciation. So I think collectively this file needs to have a revamp in name, that it isn't just simply physician recruitment. You know, what was once a novelty in terms of physician recruitment now has become a precedent or a norm. The city of Belleville's buying doctors to provide health care and buying them at a rate that I haven't seen in the past, which is success, but also way outside our jurisdiction. And I appreciate the fact that the manager went as far as to put that in full caps, which is essentially, I take it as yelling from the rooftops, we shouldn't be doing this. And I appreciate that, given her position, that is her job, but she's recognizing that, so I certainly appreciate that. What's interesting is, and I've been here for a while, and I was here one term a few decades ago, I remember a time when the city would push back when the province was doing active downloading, and councils would practically light their hair on fire when the province tried to take something that was solely their jurisdiction and put it on municipalities. And we'd be forced to. Of course, we understand the relationship. It goes one way, not two ways. But it's interesting in that in this instance, we have a province that now goes more inactive and remains silent on things. And then municipalities feel obligated to step in and fill that void. And that's certainly been the case here with healthcare. So it's become kind of passive downloading. And then now it seems, just based on this review and projections, that we want to double down on that, which is kind of concerning. The provincial government, after heavy lobbying by municipalities and certainly from staff, talking with staff at the provincial level, the government's finally investing in primary health care, which is actually amazing to see after many years of neglect. The other thing that we need to be mindful of, and I think certainly looking at a review of this entire program, is the city duplicating areas in provincial jurisdiction and provincial action that is unnecessary, both in expenditure and effort. And for example, I look at the fact that we provide grants to nurse practitioners as well as RNs and RPNs. The province has rolled out a Learn and Stay grant that's available. So if a student goes to school at Loyalist and you can actually get your Bachelor of Science and become a registered nurse without leaving Belleville campus, there's no more of that joint relationship with Brock. You learn here, you stay here, you get a grant. And that's provincial money. The hospital's capitalizing on that. And so the question becomes, money that we've allocated for that aspect, because again, this is all within that healthcare file, if you will, are we duplicating? And should we be backing off, saving that money? We just had a vigorous debate on, budget levels, and here's an area where we could start to scale back. The Ontario vision now is to connect residents by postal code using primary care teams. And that's a good change. It moves beyond the traditional model of you must have a doctor. And now it's you're assigned to a team, which then means you're still rostered to a physician or perhaps a nurse practitioner, but you'll also have access to nurses, dietitians, physiotherapists, and basically one-stop shop. And that's the way we should be modernizing healthcare in this province, and that's the way they're moving. And in fact, in council's aware, back in April, the province, the big fanfare, put out a release, and there was a press release, Ontario connecting 300,000 more people to a family doctor and primary care teams this year. And they called for proposals, and they're targeting communities by postal code, and Hastings, Prince Edward postal codes were included, that have the highest number of people not connected to primary care, averaging 800,000 people unattached per postal code. And this approach, and this is the government right here, this is the result that they want to achieve with that money, is that this approach will attach everyone currently on Healthcare Connect waitlist as of January 1st, 2025 to primary care team over the next year. So that's their expectations. One of our MPPs, and well actually both, but I pulled it off MPP Allsop's website in July, as council's aware, announced that the Ontario government was investing $4.5 million this year alone to connect up to 10,675 people to primary care in Hastings and Prince Edward counties. And of course, health organizations had to apply within the Hastings Prince Edward Ontario Health Team, which includes Belleville and Quinte West Community Health Centre, Belleville's Queen's Family Health Team, the Prince Edward Family Health Team, the Lakeview Family Health Team, the Belleville Nurse-Led Practitioner Clinic, or Nurse Practitioner-Led Clinic, sorry, the Gateway Community Health, the Centre Hastings Family Health Team, and the Bancroft Community Health Team. They had to put in proposals how they were going to achieve the rostering of patients off of Healthcare Connect to meet that target of 10,000. If the city wants to stay in the healthcare business, and it looks as though, based on the report here today, that we could be leaning that way, and I know council will have to make decisions in the future, then we need to be fully in the know. So we really require an update from the Hastings Prince Edward Ontario Health Team based on the local funding announcement. How have they taken their proposal? What have they received? What are they going to turn out in terms of primary care, and what are the results they're going to achieve on rostering patients? Now, these are an expectation of the provincial government, and so rightfully they need to report that. However, like I said, if we're going to stay into this jurisdiction, then we can't dip our toe in, we need to be all in. Because the results, and I point to the podium, of Dr. Pincock and the other individual who came and talked about what they plan to do, has a direct impact on the future of this recruitment program and other health initiatives that we have within this portfolio. So I have a couple questions and I have some comments, but through you to the manager of physician recruitment, can you explain the patient need and forecasted primary care needs? And the reason why I ask that is when I look at the projections, And we have 29% of family physicians right now are over the age of 60. And these physicians are responsible for approximately 43% of the rostered patients. And then in the report, it goes on to say that 12 doctors are retiring before 2030. And then this could affect over 19,000 patients. So I guess the question is that based on what we're projected in terms of I'm going to say primary care, it's physicians, but it really needs to change because nurse practitioners play a role. But if we recruited 12 primary care physicians, as we've done, then would that not meet the need of the 12 doctors retiring over 2030? If I could pose that question through you, Madam Chair.
Manager Post?
Through the chair to Councillor Carr, I think I understand what you're asking. I don't think you can compare long-standing physicians necessarily with brand-new physicians in terms of patient loads. New doctors typically take on, after quite some time, 1,200 patients. We know that retiring physicians, their patient loads are often 2,000, 3,000 patients. So we do find that for every long-standing physician that retires, we do need 2 or 3 new recruits to take on those patients. Often new recruits are also doing other healthcare activities. So yes, they have a clinical practice where they see their own rostered patients, but they're also working in hospital. Sometimes they're working in Emerge, sometimes they're teaching, sometimes they're working at long-term care facilities and so on. So we're not always comparing apples and apples. Does that at all answer your question?
Yeah, if I could, Madam Chair. Yes, I understand that. Based on the math of the 29% of physicians over the age of 60, holding 43% of the rostered patient load, which is 19,000. That works out to be around 1,584 patients per medical doctor, based on my math. And the way the province, and I'll be frank, I think the Ontario Medical Association is a little bit of an obstacle here in terms of where the province wants to go. Physicians still want to operate as corporations, yet they also want assistance from municipal tax dollars to pay their overhead. Whereas the province wants to move to family healthcare teams where a doctor or a nurse practitioner conceivably be rostered for 1,500 patients, but not necessarily see those 1,500 patients because some of their needs can be met with a dietitian, an occupational therapist, a physiotherapist, things of that nature. So it's not like you have to go to that physician every single time that you have an issue. You're rostered to the team, and the team approach to healthcare, which has better outcomes, is certainly ideal. So that's where the province wants to go. So when I see those numbers, your ins and outs pretty much should take care of, conceivably, take care of the retirement. So then, because otherwise you're having a compounding effect of now the 1,500 patients or 15,000 residents currently without a doctor. And then if you add the retiring physicians based on the math of 19,000, now we're saying that by 2030, we're at 34,000. But I don't think that takes into consideration, through you, Madam Chair, to the manager, your own recruitment efforts in terms of actually addressing the fact that we do have, in addition to the deficit of patients having primary care, the fact that we have retiring doctors that can be replaced by new ones to a certain degree. Am I off here on my math? If I could, through
the chair, to Councillor Carr. No, we did anticipate the physicians that we have starting in the next 5 years in those numbers, but we also added in anticipated growth. So we're expecting that just to accommodate traditional growth in the city, we're going to need at least 1 new physician over the every year over the next 5 years. So when you add in all of those numbers, that's where we've come up with an additional 20 physicians to deal with retirements, to deal with growth, and to deal with the unrostered patients we currently have.
Through you, Madam Chair, is it safe to say that in addition, separate the two, retiring physicians is a different circumstance, again, because they do typically, if they've been in practice for a long period of time, feel obligated, and then they grow their practice a little larger than what's ideal for today's doctor. That aside, would the new doctors, should we be focusing on unrostered patients, considering the province has developed a plan to have everybody attached to primary care, within 5 years, but certainly a large group of them by the end of next year?
Through the chair to Councillor Carr, I would love it if we could do that, but I don't see enough information coming forward from the province at this time that would make me feel comfortable taking our foot off the gas. It's my understanding that the application that has been submitted for this area, the funding they requested was not received, so they're having to scale back the project. I've asked for information from the OHT on, staffing. Where are these professionals coming from for these family health teams? And there was no answer provided. I don't know that they have answers to those questions yet. So, I'm not sure responsibly there's enough information for us to change our course of action at this point.
Okay. And I appreciate that candid answer. And that goes to my earlier point, that we need to hear from the Hastings Prince Edward Ontario Health Team, because if we're investing municipal funds into this healthcare portfolio, we need an update. And look, we all see it at the municipal level. We apply for funding, we hope for everything, and we get a percentage of it, and then we work with that percentage. So as MPP Barisi and MPP Alsop clearly articulate right here, there's $4.4 million going out to Hastings, Prince Edward counties to the family health teams. So there's money going there. So with that money, what's being translated? And again, we need that expectation because it impacts us in terms of what we do. The other thing that concerns me, and I've raised this, is, we tell recruiting physicians we would, do your best to fill your roster with Belleville residents, but that isn't always the case, because again, the province takes a more regional approach. The province expects registered by postal code. We should be doing the same, or dialing down to at least the address. So we need to ensure that there's some stringent expectations to deliver results. I'm going to mention it, and it's timely because it was mentioned tonight. Someone famously said in council chambers that there's only one taxpayer. I wrote this a couple of days ago, not knowing that famous individual would say those famous words today, but very true. So just listen to this. So for the average median income earner in Ontario, they pay an Ontario health premium of $600. Remember that? The McGuinty Liberals brought that in, $600 to $800 or $900. That never went away. So we all pay that, $600. In addition, additional tax contributions through income and other contributions, so when you're buying things and all the rest of it, could conceivably be another $1,000 to $2,000 in taxes towards healthcare alone. So I've done some research to hone in on the healthcare component. So that one City of Belleville resident in a median average already pays close to $3,000 in healthcare to the province. And that could be close to $6,000 if you put two people in a residence. $6,000 towards healthcare. So the citizens of Belleville are already contributing to healthcare through their provincial taxes as required under provincial jurisdiction. And here we are, even after the province is now saying they want to fill that gap, we're looking at projections. So we need better data. The physician recruitment program was a great idea when it's first birthed, and I give kudos to Mayor Ellis for bringing that forward. Again, at a time when the province was being absolutely silent on healthcare, and provinces stepped up, it was an excellent idea to do that, and it's achieved success. And we would have much dire numbers if it wasn't for that program, and certainly to Manager Post. She stepped this program into high gear, and the results that we're achieving here hasn't been seen before. But then the question then becomes is, why do we keep going and paying and take that silent download when we have a provincial government that has expectations. So there's a disconnect between what the province expects, what's occurring on the ground, and what gap do we actually need to fill. We need those answers. You know, because at the end of the day, this impacts municipal tax dollars. I added it up, and based on the report here, the projected funding that we'll have to put out between now, 2026, it's on the one page there, page 2 of the report, between 2026 and 2029, $1.2 million will go out just for physician recruitment alone. So as we sat here hand-wringing over dollars and cents and percentages, I found money that we could use otherwise through reserves. So I'd like to make an amendment to the motion. I think this is an excellent overview of where we're at, but I'd like us to drill down a little bit closer. I apologize, I don't have it given to the clerk, but once I've read it, I will pass it off to the clerk so he has the exact wording. So the amendment to the motion, and the motion here is just to receive. I'd like to add, and that the Hastings Prince Edward Ontario Health Team provide a deputation to City Council outlining the results expected to achieve with the July 2025 Ontario government funding announcement to attach up to 10,675 patients in Hastings and Prince Edward as this directly impacts the city program. That the manager of physician recruitment provide a staff report outlining the recruitment efforts to date, physician start dates, and expected patient number rostering, and that the staff report also include a review of other primary care grant programs offered by the Ontario government, for example, the Learn and Stay, to determine whether there is duplication with city programs. I'd like a recorded vote on that, please.
A seconder for the motion, please. Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Discussion. Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I've said it, but I just want to repeat. So all I'm asking for is the Ontario Health Team they came here and said, this is what we want to do. We're just waiting on funding. They have the funding. So now what are they doing with it? And, you know, if we weren't in the healthcare business, then I really wouldn't care. But the fact that we're looking at municipal tax dollars, municipal funds being used, we need to know, and we need to be a full partner in this. And if they're short, and they're coming up short because of government funding, then we should know so that we can then put the pressure on the province to deliver what they expected or what they've told us or told the province back in April when they said that they were going to, as part of their $1.8 billion, give everybody primary health care. Well, let's hold them to it. So we got to tighten in that disconnect so that we're all on the same page. And then the other part too is as we're looking at funds, and again, this is not our jurisdiction, and we're spending a lot of time talking about something that doesn't really impact us. We should be worried about potholes and snow plowing and garbage pickup. But here we are talking about provincial health care. We also need to know, with the programs that have come on, the Learn and Stay and things like that, that if those incentive programs are occurring with provincial funds that residents are already contributing to, should we be duplicating? Because again, that's money we can peel back to use elsewhere or to offset some of these physician or primary care attractions. So that's all it is. I'm not asking to blow the program up here or anything like that, even though I might sound a little bit critical. It's we need more information to then be able to sharpen in on where the need is. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Chatton.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So to be clear, we're doing a recorded vote on whether or not we're going to receive this report?
No, a recorded vote on the amendment.
Okay, can I have the amendment, just the amendment said again? Because it's just a little bit too much to sort through right now in my head. I'm sorry.
And that the HPE Ontario Health Team provide a deputation to City Council outlining the results expected to be achieved with the July 7th, 2025 Ontario government funding announcement to attach up to 10,675 patients in the Hastings Prince Edward as this directly impacts the city's program, and that the manager of physician recruitment provide a staff report outlining the recruitment efforts to date, the physician's start date, expected patient rostering, and that staff also include a review of any other primary care grant programs offered by the Ontario government, i.e. Learn and Stay, to determine whether there is duplication with city programs.
Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I think it's important, we're talking about funds, municipal funds from the city of Belleville, that we invite the integrated health to come and speak to us and tell us what the game plan is. We've been talking about healthcare. We've been talking about families without primary care, whether it's a nurse practitioner or a doctor, since I've been here. That's been a hot topic. I was at these meetings in the fall. It was held in Tyendinaga. I represented public health, and I represented the city of Belleville at these meetings. I was there too, out of the 5 days of meetings I believe they had. I can tell you what the ask was and what the province delivered in July. Big, big gap. And I can tell you another thing. We have 15,000 residents in our city without primary care. And out of the money dished out by the province, that's for 8 or 9 municipalities. So what's the true breakdown of the millions that were sent that Belleville's actually going to have? We've asked that question before. I'd like to get an answer from the province, or who's dishing out the money, where that coin is going. We have 15,000 and counting in Belleville. And that money was to help, I think the figure was it just over 10,000? Over 10,000. And that's for a geographical area that covers probably about 160, 180,000 along the lines of the former Hastings Prince Edward Public Health. So I'm all in favor of having them come to give the city a deputation and to find out what the future is or how it looks for our residents.
Any other comments? Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, I'm in favor of having them come and speak to us and give us some information. There's too much in this motion for me to approve it.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I just wanted to make a comment. At AMO, we met with the Ontario Medical Association, I think by title. We brought up all the topic that you did. Karen gave us a long list of about 7 items, and their head was up and down and agreed with everything we're saying here. When I ran in 2006 as mayor, I was criticized by some people saying that, doctor recruitment wasn't a municipal issue, and that was part of a plank in my platform, and my council in 2007 or 6 approved that and thanked them because they stood behind it. But my answer to that was, yes, I know that it isn't a municipal issue, but it affects our community, and if it affects our community, we've got to do something about it. I think we got to keep down the province, like Paul or Councillor Carr said. I know Karen, and every time, and there'll be some press releases going out tonight, more than one, and she says the province. We've put in over $8 or $9 million of a lexicon funds, or Viridian. That builds a new building. That does a lot. I wouldn't want to put it into daily operating budget, but it would spend a lot on capital, and that capital is needed. I don't see how we're going to get out of doctor recruitment. I'd love to get out of it. The last doctor recruitment fair Karen and I went to at Queens, there had to be probably 50 different municipalities from North Bay to Timbuktu were there, and they're in the same boat as us, going after the same commodity. I don't know what the answers are. The province, I like that number, but I just don't see where they're going to get the resources to fill those patients. Doctors here are overcapacitated. Try to get a doctor, phone. I think nurse practitioners, we're short a couple of them now that they've left. It's in the same boat. I support the motion to say that let's get them here, but I think that we all need to lobby the province as much as we can. Thank you.
Councillor Chatton.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I'm just wondering if I may ask how much of an impact what this amendment is going to, what kind of an impact this amendment is going to make on the workload that our manager of physician recruitment already has on her plate, because I think that's incredibly important right now. If she's not able to deliver what is being asked in terms of the the motion here.
If I could direct to Manager Post, please.
Through the chair, certainly some of those things will not take a lot of my time and are certainly doable. Others, I will find the time to do them. I suspect it will take some time to dig out some of the statistics and things, but I definitely have the capacity to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, any other comments? Councillor Carr?
Thank you. Since it was my motion or amended motion here, I just want to speak on it. So again, this is all about the results, mostly, of what the province paid out to the Hastings, Prince Edward, Ontario Health, what they received, what they applied for, what they got, what they're doing with that, which will then give us an indication of the deficit. So we'll actually see the numbers to know how much more primary care is necessary, so that, and to the mayor's point, continue to lobby the government. Because, you know, the press releases are great, the 1.8 billion, that sounds good. MPP Allsop likes to put out good, you know, here it is, this is what we're giving you. But how do those numbers translate into results? And so we need to hear from the Ontario Health team for Hastings Prince Edward. What did you ask for? What were you expecting to do with the money you asked for? What would that achieve? What did you get? What are you going to do with that money to then know how short are you? Because then that impacts this recruitment effort program here. The other thing is getting a clear outline of our recruitment efforts, as it's pointed out in the motion, is simply to show the projection of who's coming on board when, and what do we expect them to take for patients, because that impacts the Ontario Health team for Hastings Prince Edward and what they want to achieve. So collectively, we may get there together, but we need to be talking, and we have the decision makers need to know those numbers. And then the third thing is just the review of the duplication of programs. So now that we have the province doing the Learn and Stay grant, do we need to do a grant as well, or can we peel that money back, and can that money then be used for maybe another primary care person? It's simply just to get clear, articulated numbers beyond the flashy press releases that we're giving out millions. How does that actually translate into results? That's the context of the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Through you, Chair. I guess with the amended motion, I'm sensing that around the horseshoe that we're all in agreement to getting the speakers here to do the presentation. I'm okay with that. I think that that's imperative that we get them here to explain what Councillor Carr touched on, and I'm sure we can get them a deputation.
Okay. So if I could, then I turn it over to the clerk for the recorded vote on the amendment.
Councillor Enright Miller,
Yes.
Councillor Henderson,
Yes.
Councillor Kelly,
Yes.
Councillor Thompson,
No.
Councillor Brown,
Yes.
Councillor Carr,
Yes.
Councillor Chatton,
Yes.
Mayor Ellis,
Yes.
carried by 7.
Thank you. So returning to the original motion, as amended, we have a mover and a seconder. All in favor? Thank you. The motion's carried. Moving on to item 8B. We've moved ahead. Consent items. Council may adopt consent items by one motion, but prior to consideration of such motion, members may request that specific items be removed from consideration under such motion, and council shall consider such items individually. Beginning on my left, please, Councillor Enright Miller.
No, thank you, Chair.
Councillor Carr.
Madam Chair, 8B 1, 2, 6, 7, and 8. I wasn't here last meeting, so I've saved up.
Councillor Thompson.
Already pulled.
Councillor Kelly.
Already pulled.
Thank you. Mayor Ellis.
Good. Thank you.
Councillor Chatton.
Already pulled.
Councillor Henderson. Thank you. So may I have a mover and seconder for all items excluding 8B1, 8B2, 8B6, 8B7, 8B8. Good. Thank you, Councillor Ann Mike Miller. A seconder, please. 8B8 was added through an email to the clerk, from the clerk, I'm sorry. Seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Chatton. Discussion on the items other than the ones I've named? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you, the motion is carried. Yes, please, thanks. Then moving on to item 8B1, Thurlow Ward Speed Study, Phase 3 Speed Limit. The resolution reads that the Transportation Committee recommend the proposed amendments to Schedule Y speed regulations of Bylaw 12/1967, being a bylaw to regulate traffic in the city of Belleville, limits for the Thurlow Ward speed study be brought forward for council's consideration, and that a bylaw be prepared for council's consideration. Have mover, please. Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Chatton. Discussion? Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly, I want to thank staff. This is phase 3 and the final phase of the review, and had some residents reach out because obviously there's been a couple of changes to different speed limits, but again, this just isn't arbitrarily going along and saying this is what we think it is. We appreciate the fact that our engineering staff has reviewed the road based on traffic, design, current state, and then set the speed limits appropriately. Keeping in mind, and I'll stress again, that under the Highway Traffic Act, it defaults to 50. And that proved to be confusing to our police service in terms of enforcement. This clears up confusion for Belleville Police and traffic enforcement, and certainly clears up any confusion with users of the roads to ensure that everybody knows exactly what the rules are in terms of those speeds. So again, thank you to staff for all the work on this one.
Any other comments on this one? All in favor of, the motion carried. So, can you tell it's been a really long afternoon? All in favor? Thank you, the motion's carried. Just all came out at one sentence. Moving on to item 8B2, parade permit application, and I do apologize in advance if I don't pronounce it correctly. Bak Ashwan Wazi, Puro Rush, Thumb, Sanstha Inc., BAPS, B-A-P-S, Cultural Parade. And the resolution reads that the parade...
Move is written.
Thank you. So a seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Ann Wright Miller. Discussion. Councillor Carr?
Yeah, Madam Chair, just a question on procedure is, looking at the documentation, the insurance page is blank, and in addition to that, I don't know, just the last page has city administration use only, and then as you can see, there's a bunch of directors, chief of police, fire chief or deputy, all have reviewed, approved, or denied. That's blank. I'm assuming that we're to this point because all of those players were reviewed, but it just struck me as curious that the review sheet that's included in the council agenda doesn't have sign off, and then pertinent information related to the $5 million insurance wasn't there as well. So I guess my only question is, has it been reviewed by all of those parties within the city, and we have confirmation that the insurance is in place?
Thank you. Thank you. I'll refer the question to the clerk, please.
Through the chair to Councillor Carr, yes, it has been circulated internally, and we receive everything prior to it going onto a council agenda. We note your comments, and we will look at our process going forward.
Any other discussion on this item? Councillor Chatton?
Yeah, thank you. Just to be clear, that means that everything has been done. There is insurance in place. The police chief has been consulted For sure, okay. Because I was just going to amend it upon completion of paperwork. We do seem to have, even with grant applications, we seem to have a lot of people that submit some of the required paperwork and are very disappointed when they are not approved for things. And I do think that we need to be very diligent with that. We need everything.
Through the chair to Councillor Chatton, noted, and we will make sure that everything is in place prior to anything going out.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you, the motion's carried. Moving on to item 8B6, Partners for Climate Protection, Milestone 1, Corporate Greenhouse Gas Inventory. And the resolution reads that the corporate greenhouse gas...
Move is written.
Thank you. Seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Discussion. Councillor Carr?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question with respect to, and I know that we joined this initiative in order to have access to federal funding. And in addition to that, so I'd be curious to know whether we've been able to access any at this point, or do we have to go further along in the milestones? And then the next question I have is, in addition to the emission reductions that are anticipated, is there an indication as to the monetary savings that may be realized as a result of the emissions reductions? So it's one thing to do the environmental side, but I always like to see the money side that goes along with it. So I'd be curious to know, A, have we got federal funding so far, or do we have to meet a milestone? B, do we have an opportunity to outline savings in dollars in relation to emissions reduction?
So if I could then, Director Ashton?
So I think we have Amanda as a party here who authored the report. She'll answer or at least give an update with reference to your question.
Through the chair to Councillor Carr, we have to work further through the milestones to understand if we can capitalize on funding. It's likely that we'll be able to once we get there. Milestone 1 was simply understanding what our baseline emissions are. Milestone 2 we'll start talking about setting targets and how we can attain those targets. And I think to answer part of your second question, part of understanding how we attain the targets that we set, the financial component is going to be a major component of setting appropriate targets that are attainable for us to reach financially.
Okay, thank you. So then through that, though, with those targets, you'll be able to demonstrate that if there's a reduction in emissions, there may be a corresponding reduction in expenditures. You know, if you're using less gas, more efficient heating, et cetera, that you should realize that. I know a number of terms ago through you, Madam Chair, that when we were converting the streetlights all over to LED, there would be the initial outlay of the cost, but then the financial benefits of conversion, we were saving on energy costs quite exponentially actually across the city. So can we kind of see the same thing occurring just collectively across, that we'll be able to show not only the reductions, but what we're actually realizing in reduced emissions and reduced savings?
Mm-hmm. Through the chair to Councillor Carr, that's definitely the intention, that we'll be able to track that. That usually comes with long-term tracking, which is something we need to. This is our base, we need to start now. But I think a good example is our solar panels that we have around the city of Belleville. We generate revenue, a good amount of revenue on them every year, and we have recuperated our costs, but it comes after long-term tracking of our emissions, which we're starting to do. So that definitely is the intention, that we'll be able to maintain that financial record as we continue.
Okay, thank you for your efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other discussion on this item? All in favor? Thank you. The motion. Sorry, moving on. I get that wrong every time, don't I? 8B7, electronic voting at council. And the resolution reads that the city's clerk's report number CC-2025-10, electronic voting at council meetings, be received. Could I have a mover, please? Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Chatton. Discussion. Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I asked for this staff report back in, I see, May, and it's been something that's lingering on my mind because as I've been here, we've kind of worked through various levels of accountability. And I seconded a motion by a former councillor who made the motion to bring in streaming for council meetings, just simply to A, not rely on necessarily the local TV provider, but B, to ensure that there's an accounting of what's occurring with the people's business, and that they're able to, to use Councillor Kelly's term, tune in to see what's going on in terms of their tax dollars and the decisions being made. And certainly I know that that's taken off, and now the city clerk has pointed out that they've been able to time out different areas on the agenda electronically. So if someone wants to go look up a certain debate, they can click on that and it'll take you right there. These are all good steps. But back in 2017, and we're going back, getting close on to a decade now, there was the move towards electronic voting. One time I remember sitting here, and when you called for a recorded vote, they used to say it was public shaming, right? It's really about accountability at the end of the day. It's about how did you vote as an individual councillor, and to ensure that, or mayor, and that the residents you represent know exactly where you stand, and your yeses are yeses and your noes are noes. Other levels of government do this all the time, and municipalities do this. And so that's where we were going with this. It started out as just simply electronic voting, and then it morphed into the modernization project. I could think of a couple other names, but I won't say it out loud, with some of these results that the council of the day didn't really have any input in. But nonetheless, here we are. And I appreciate the fact that the clerk has outlined what needs to be done. And there is, an element in here in terms of an alternative method to implement electronic voting, and it comes with a price tag of $250,000. When I saw that, it was crossing that entire section off as unnecessary. It's ideal in terms of multiple cameras, better production, but it's more production. And I certainly don't want to see dollars go into the production side of council meetings. We're not here to perform, but we are here to do the city's work and the residents' business, and they need to know exactly what's going on. So with that, I'd like to make an amendment in addition to receiving it, and the council direct staff to implement the process changes required to implement electronic voting using iCompass, and it's outlined there in bullets. And if I get that on the floor, I'll speak to that amendment very briefly.
Thank you. Could I have a seconder for the amendment, please? Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Discussion. Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Part of the expenditures that were included in previous budgets was electronics, and usually I have my tablet here. Today I have my laptop because I've wanted to log into the city to do some critical patching updates to ensure my computer's secure. So I don't have my tablet with me to wave around, but we all got those tablets with the intention, and that expenditure was to move to electronic voting. And so that's why the tax dollars were spent. And as it's pointed out here quite clearly, there's no dollar figure attached to this change. It's simply that the process would be that the request would come up on the screen and would vote. And that would probably move a lot faster than a roll call. I do note that the staff say that there would have to be somebody present, and I think that could be worked out internally. There was no discussion of additional staff requirements in terms of costing. And there may be some delay in terms of amending a motion, as is the case here. It would take a few minutes. But we're not on a clock here. We meet as council. I know we all have committee members, but we meet twice a month. That's it. And some meetings are longer, some meetings are less, but however it longs to do the people's work, then that's how long we need to be here. So that little bit of delay, if there is an amendment, is really not a cost when it comes down to residents seeing how their individual councillors vote. We do recorded votes from time to time. Like I said, they take a little longer, but here it's just simply we're moving into the 21st century in terms of use of technology, and like I said, we all have been provided and money has been spent to have that technology for that purpose. So I would ask for council to support this. Ironically, with this amendment, I'm asking for a recorded vote. The irony is not lost on me, but nonetheless, I think it's something for residents to be able to see how votes are being conducted. Thank you.
And the clerk has a copy of that amendment?
No, but I can get him one.
So if you could read back the amendment, and then we'll call the vote.
What I was able to capture was, and that council directs staff to implement electronic voting through iCompass.
What I said was that council directs staff to implement the process changes required to implement electronic voting using iCompass. I took the heading off of the report, and then all the bullet points are there in terms of implementation.
Thank you. So we'll call the recorded vote through the clerk? Oh, I'm sorry. So, yes. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Councillor Carr has been talking about electronic voting for the last several years, and it was interesting that when we got the report that it was $250,000 to kind of put this infrastructure in around the horseshoe. And I've heard the word numerous times tonight, efficiency, and we're trying to get the budget under 5%. I just can't see it supporting this for 250 grand. Tonight we go around, and I think in my memory here in the last 2.5 hours, we've had 3 recorded votes, a 4th coming up. If there's any questions about how we voted, or if they want to get the information, that is accessible here at the city. I can see it working in Toronto, Queen's Park, Parliament, maybe Ottawa City Council, but we're a group of 9. We've got a great staff here, and it seems to be working smoothly. It'd be nice to have all these gadgets, but I can't support it.
Thank you. Mayor Ellis?
Yeah, and I just want to go back to the report, and it says on the report, voting via iCompass is impractical given the current manner in which council meetings are conducted. I've been involved, I think the only one around this table, with electronic voting in Parliament. And I can tell you, there's a lot of bugs in it. And I'm talking a system that the government paid millions of dollars for. I look here, and I no disrespect to anybody around this table. When I'm sitting in the chair and I call a motion, there's a lot of times I have to call the hands up. Can I see everybody be on a computer, battery dying, voting the wrong way, ask to change the procedural bylaw? We've had, if you want to see how people vote, right here, there's the cameras on, turn to the meeting and see how I vote on this. I think we're just setting ourselves up for failure. We're going to be an embarrassment with staff because they're going to get blamed for bringing this aboard, and I cannot support it.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this item? Councillor Carr?
Yeah, just a clarification on a statement that was made earlier that, just to be clear, the amendment is not related to the 250,000. That is an alternative method to implement electronic voting. What I was referring to was the section of the report, page 2 at the bottom, which outlines a process in which there is no expenditure of funds. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Henderson.
Thank you. So just one more clarification before we move forward. What Councillor Carr is suggesting is no expense to recorded voting. Am I understanding that correctly?
Madam Chair, I'm just going to go with what staff have outlined here, and there is a process changes required to implement electronic voting using iCompass. It's on the page 2 at the bottom. There's bullets. There's no indication of expenditure of funds. Where you get into the 250,000 that was referenced earlier is an alternative method to implement electronic voting, which goes beyond that, which includes a audiovisual system that requires updating, television cameras, remote turning on and off of mics. That's not part of that amendment. The amendment is in the section where their staff have indicated that this can be done with no expenditure of funds.
Councillor Henderson?
Thank you, and back through you. If I can be assured that there's no expenditure of funds, I'm all for recorded votes. I believe in them. Call them public shaming, call them what you want, but it's accountability. I agree with it. However, I don't want to see us spending a lot of money implementing it. So if I can be assured that there is no cost or very, very little cost, I will support that.
So if I could then, to the clerk, there seems to be a bit of confusion over this section of the report. So if you could just confirm that the amendment that has been presented to us has no cost associated with it and can be accomplished with the equipment that we've already been provided with.
Through the chair, it can be accomplished with the equipment that is in place. There will be staff that will be required aside from the clerk. As you can see, the deputy clerk's not here today. So we just have the staffing issue of the staff that would be here. It's a significant process change for council because everything will move to electronic. The other thing to note is typically in a recorded vote, the mayor votes last and can break a tie. In recorded vote in this manner, the mayor would not have that option.
Mayor Ellis.
Having said that, that would have to change the procedural bylaw also to not give me the last vote on the tie vote. Or could we slip the compass on any recorded votes and not do it on the voting and go back to the normal way? Like, obviously, on a recorded vote, breaking a tie, I'm responsible for council's decision. So that is why, and procedure-wise, that I vote last. And that has been forever in councils.
Through the chair, to your worship, I would have to check with iCompass to see if we could take you out of that mix to then announce your vote.
So going back to your statement here, it doesn't seem like we're ready for it. I'll leave it at that.
Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, and of course, I'm about as clueless when it comes to electronics as any, so where would you vote if you're doing electronic? On this machine?
Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Thompson, yes. A pop-up would appear on your tablets and you would cast your vote there. It would be a in favor, opposed, or abstain.
So I'm going to go back to and we've all done it sometime, maybe not everybody, but we voted and then we realized we misunderstood the motion and we want to change it. Is that possible?
Not without permission of full council,
Okay,
sorry.
answered. Thank you.
Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I'm getting a sense around the table that there is still some confusion and some unknowns in this, and I'm wondering whether the most appropriate action might be a tabling action and for further information. So I'd be willing to put a tabling motion on the table to allow the clerk time to clarify some of the questions that we have around the table.
So you're indicating to table the amendment? Yes. Or table the amendment and the motion? I'm just clarifying what you're asking for.
Well, I hear a lot of questions and confusion, so I think we need to table it all and send it back to staff, to the clerk, for further clarification on what is being recommended or what is being suggested by Councillor Carr.
So we'll need two items then. One would be the tabling of the amendment. So you so move, Councillor Henderson? Seconder, Councillor Chatton? All in favor? Sorry, I'm going to ask you to hold your hands up. I need to count. 1, 2. The motion fails. And then tabling of the original motion to be received.
That failed. You're still on the amendment.
Still on the amendment? Sorry. Sure glad these guys are here. So then going back to the original amendment, I'm going to call the question, please. All in, and it's a recorded vote, so you do your part.
Councillor Henderson. Third mic on.
Here.
We are voting on Councillor Carr's amendment that would direct staff to implement the process changes required to implement electronic voting using iCompass.
No.
Councillor Kelly,
No.
Councillor Thompson,
No.
Councillor Brown,
Yes.
Councillor Carr,
Yes.
Councillor Chatton,
No.
Councillor Enright Miller,
No.
Mayor Ellis.
No.
Lost by 6.
And returning to the original motion, which is that the clerk's report number CC 2025-10, electronic voting at the council meetings be received. All in favor? Thank you. The motion's carried. Item 8B8. It is the public release of the city's development tracker, and the resolution reads that report number DEDS 2025-01, public release of the city's development tracker be received as information. May I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Enright Miller. Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly, want to thank staff, and I know there's planning staff in the public gallery today that have done some excellent work. When we talk about the Building Faster Fund and applications that come through Planning Advisory Committee, a lot of times, you know, in addition to tracking the applications, it's a matter of where is this development occurring. And so staff have taken it to that next level to provide a public interface that residents are able to go and take a look at where development's occurring, also applications, but in addition to that, also occupancy. And that's a very important thing as well. You know, we can have as many permits as we can out and about, but whether they're actually following through on construction in the private sector, and then occupancy getting granted and people moving in. And residents now will be able to go on that website and click and to get details about applications and actually see where growth is occurring in our city. So thank you to the planning staff that have done a lot of work behind the scenes. The more information that we can put out to the public, the better. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this item? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you. The motion's carried. Moving on to item 8C1, general information. We have 2 sections. Given that there's nothing other, can I just call the question on this one? May I have a mover, please, to accept? Thank you, Councillor Enright Miller, Councillor Chatton. Discussion. Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you. The motion's carried. Moving on to item 8D, rise and report. The resolution reads that Committee of the Whole does now rise and return to Council at 6:18 p.m. I have a mover, please. Thank you, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Chatton. All in favor? Thank you. The motion's carried.
Thank you, Councillor Brown, for your patience with us tonight. I need a mover and a seconder for bylaws number 2025-137, 138, 139, 140, 141, 142, 143, and 144 be read and passed. Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Kelly. Discussion, Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Mayor. 9.1, bylaw 2025-137, regulation and registration of dogs, and there's a section in relation to nuisance. And I was wondering if I could make an amendment to 6.15, where it says no owner shall cause or permit their dog to become a nuisance by swimming at a public beach, swimming or wading pool. And I'd like to make an amendment to add boat launches. And if I get a seconder, I'll speak very briefly on that.
Councillor Kelly, Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Mayor. Simply, I'm a boater. I'm at the boat launch quite a bit. I see other boaters out there, and residents, the odd resident, will take their dog off the leash and allow the dog to swim in the boat launch. In addition to that, probably not being the cleanest water right at that location, given the varying degrees of vessels that I see come in and out. It's also an issue for those who are launching their boats. Visibility is an issue as it is. We're contending with pedestrian traffic, and nothing's worse than to start backing up a large boat and suddenly there's a dog that pops out. Quite honestly, it could run into a situation, it could run into conflict. This would at least allow bylaw, should they see that, to be able to take the necessary action to protect the animal, advise the owner, and also reduce the liability on boat users at the ramp. Thank you.
Okay. Vote on the amendment, was that? Do you have the actual amendment. Do you want to read it to everybody again, please?
That boat launch be added to item 6.1 of bylaw number 2025-135.
Okay. All in favor of the amendment? Carried. Okay. I got to pass that as amended, that one, right? So let's pull that, and we'll just do that by itself. 2025-137 as amended, moved by Councillor Kelly, Councillor Chatton. Discussion, all in favor? Carried. And then the rest as read, moved by Councillor Wright Miller. Did I already get that? Oh, okay, yeah, we have that already. All in favor? Carried. New business. Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Mayor. Just very briefly, as the city has moved away from recycling, and that's now under Circular Materials Ontario, and any issues related to blue boxes, residents need to reach out to them. But we still have a contract with E360 for garbage and green bin pickup. And I just wanted to bring a concern up. I've received enough complaints that I think it needs to come at council. Just in terms of the contractor performance, there has been vehicles that have been leaking compost street to street to the point where the entire neighborhood smells like compost for several weeks. And I'm hearing individuals that have their garbage completely missed from pickup. And it's rather disappointing to see, because we've had this contract in place for some time, and it just seems to be at the transition of the circular materials and blue box that now all of a sudden we're running into this difficulty. The third thing that I've heard from residents is that when their garbage and green bin is mixed or is missed, that when they're calling E360 for follow-up directly with that contractor, they're not getting responses on the customer service side. No one's answering the phones, so they're not able to feel with confidence that they're even reporting the issue to get addressed. And then I did see a resident post that there was a sticker placed on their green bin that said that it wouldn't be picked up, and what it had checked off was there was no tag. We have tags on our garbage, but we have no tags on our green bin. So it was confusing to that resident. I saw that online, and so there seems to be some performance issues. So through you to the Director of Transportation Operations, what measures can the municipality take to ensure that the contractor is living up to its obligations to the residents?
Director Reed?
Yep. Through Chair to Councillor Carr, we have been aware of some issues that's been ongoing since the transition of recycling, and I think we have been in contact with them on a weekly basis, and through our procurement process, we do have some evaluation criteria within that. Typically, it's triggered when we have significant issues, and we are addressing it with the contractor.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody on new business? Councillor Kelly?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I just wanted to, sorry, my pants are stuck up on my legs. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Wardrobe malfunction.
Yeah. Well, in March of this year, Loyalist President and CEO Mark Kirkpatrick presented to us here at City Hall. And what the future looked was not very bright at Loyalist. 30% of its courses suspended, workforce reduced by 20%, chronic provincial underfunding, and no cuts for cutting all international students. Some of the programs they cut at Loyalist: carpentry, architectural, manufacturing, and those skilled trades have a huge impact into our community. So today, this morning, it was announced and confirmed by President and CEO Mark Kirkpatrick, 36 full-time faculty positions have been confirmed today, job losses. From last September 2024 to today's announcement, faculty will be lowered by 48%. So they have cash flow issues at Loyalist. The province has offered Loyalist College $25 million in emergency loans. So I spoke to Alicia McGuire today, who heads up our economic development team here at the City of Belleville, and she helped us with a presentation last week at AMO with Councillor Thompson, Mayor Ellis, and Mr. McDonald, myself. We met with the Minister, Nolan Quinn. He's the Minister of Community Colleges and Universities. And we kind of laid out the situation. So Loyalist is the only college serving Hastings, Prince Edward, parts of Northumberland, Lennox, Addington counties. Chronic underfunding. Provincial grants frozen now for 10 plus years. Domestic tuition capped at 2015 levels. And the loss of international students at Loyalist. So think about what Loyalist College does to our community, or how we work closely with Loyalist. I was thinking about it today. What does Loyalist College offer? Affordable education, accessibility, workplace development, community engagement through cultural events, lectures, activities. There's a lot of things happening at Loyalist that offer up community engagement. They have experienced educators. They offer support for those that might be changing careers. And a little research, last year, 1,250 Loyalist students have engaged in work-integrated learning placements across our region. So think about the loss of students, the loss of good-paying jobs, the loss of our post-secondary institution that has been around for 58 years. 58 years. What it will look like next week after Labor Day. Huge changes. And I know Mark Kirkpatrick, the president and CEO, has worked hard at trying to keep it all together. Last week with the minister, I felt that there was, well, at least he was listening to us. But where this ends up, we don't know. So I'd like to get a letter sent to, on behalf of the city, to show support to Loyalist College, to our MPPs, Brzee and Alsop, and also a letter sent to Minister Quinte, who's the Minister of Colleges and Universities here in Ontario. We all know we need a strong post-secondary institution. 58 years, Loyalist College, and the province has not been supporting them, gutting them. So what's it going to look like next week? Not the Loyalist College that has made an impact for 58 years, and it could only get worse. So I'm hoping the city will send a letter to the MPPs and the minister with comments on why we need the provincial government to support post-secondary education, Loyalist College here in Belleville. And when I did speak to Alicia McGuire today, she was even open to having conversations with other colleges affected, Sir Sanford Fleming in Peterborough, Algonquin College in Ottawa and Pembroke, St. Lawrence College in Kingston and Cornwall and Brockville campuses. We need to start those conversations, and it wouldn't be the first time the provincial government shifts gears.
Okay, I think it won't be a problem to get the letter out. I see council probably agrees on that. Councillor Kelly, Councillor Thompson, you got something?
I'd like to just follow up, Councillor Kelly. I was at that meeting, and Councillor Kelly chaired that part of it. Part of what was really upsetting, the minister during that talk said our president was too slow in action. That was detrimental to our president of Loyalist College, in my estimation. I made that note to him. That's not really showing support, so this is why this letter needs to go to. That was improper for him to say that. Our president worked very hard to make Loyalist College what it is. Yeah, I made a statement, but maybe he was trying to save some jobs, save the place. We had cutbacks on the immigrants, then the government, local government says, no, we gotta cut you back too. So it's not all our president's problem, it's some government rules, and it was an improper statement made. Thank you.
Councillor Brown?
Thank you, Your Worship. Under new business, as a rule, I like to come to council to talk about transit ridership. I'm happy to do so again.
Councillor Carr has something to do with Councillor Kelly's comments on new business. Councillor Carr? Yeah, Councillor Carr, then we'll go to Councillor Brown. Councillor Carr.
Sorry, thank you. Just to clarify, when Mr. Kirkpatrick provided a deputation to council and outlined some of the cuts and the lack of funding, and provincially in particular the lack of provincial funding, there was a resolution that was passed at that council meeting that called on the province to fund Loyalist College and other community colleges at appropriate levels, amongst other things. I guess we're reacting to today's news, which demonstrates further cuts. I guess my question through you, Mayor, to whoever staff could answer this question, did we ever get a response from that last motion?
2 guesses, this first one don't count. No.
No and no? Okay. I think, you know, I'm not losing sight of what Councillor Kelly's trying to propose, but what I would suggest is that we duplicate that same motion yet again, because it was very clear and it outlined some of the things that Mr. Kirkpatrick had raised as concerns, that we send it again, and that the motion indicate that this is our second correspondence related to this, and that we as a mayor and council are looking for a response. And I think that's important. We passed lots of resolutions protesting this and protesting that. We need the accountability to say, but we're also looking for a response. Otherwise, this is an echo chamber and we're not getting anywhere. So I say we duplicate the same thing, show it as a second request, and ask for a response.
Okay. Councillor Henderson?
Thank you. And if I'm hearing that this is about a motion that's upcoming, I do need to declare I am employed by Loyalist College. Okay.
Oh, okay. New business, Councillor Brown. Can you write? Your conflict to the clerk. Thank you, Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Your Worship. Changing topic, so I apologize. So as a matter of course, I come in and I talk about transit ridership and the good news that we're experiencing. I'm still here to do that. In that Transit Advisory Committee met earlier this month, and we've indicated that year to date we are 75,000 riders over what we were for the same period last year. That's up to and including July the 31st. But I didn't want it to be lost on anybody that the feedback often is, well, we talk about the great news, but we don't talk about some of the challenges that we're experiencing. And so at the Transit Advisory Committee, we had a very robust discussion about some of the challenges that our transit team are encountering and some of the reasons why routes are being challenged midday, or being canceled, I beg your pardon, being canceled midday, and what are some of the actions that we are taking. But I think it's fair to say that it's fine for Transit Advisory. We were very happy with the discussion and the outcome, but I would like to request a staff report for October that outlines some of the challenges that we have been experiencing that are contributing to the random routes being canceled for periods of time through the day. Some of the things that our new collective agreement will actually help us to address with that, as well as the transit statistics, ridership statistics. And just specifically, my reason for asking for the report in October is because we are anticipating that the change in international students through registered with Loyalist College is changing. Unfortunately, our rep didn't have numbers of it readily available for us, and I think some of that was with the job layoffs and that such. So if we could get some indication, including September's year-to-date numbers, we will be able to see the initial impact of the federal caps on the number of international students and what it is that Loyalist College was projecting may in fact happen. I think it's fair to say that we are not anticipating a huge dip, and the reason being is because we already have international students here who are going to complete their graduate program that they're undertaking. We anticipate that we're going to start seeing that in 2026, and we'll monitor that as well as September 2026. But I think it's really important for us to have the results for September and to understand some of the reasons behind that so that we can ask you to help us advocate with our residents who are understandably frustrated with the cancellations and what's contributing to that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any more new business? Seeing none, I have 3 items here tonight under new business. That bylaw number 2025-146, a bylaw to approve the authorization and the execution of a medical service agreement between the Corporation of the City of Belleville and Dr. Hunt be read and passed the 25th day of August 2025. Moved by Councillor Brown, seconded by Councillor Enright Miller. All in favor? Carried. So that's Dr. number 1. That second bylaw is bylaw 2025-147, a bylaw to approve the authorization and execution of a medical service agreement between the Corporation of the City of Belleville and Dr. Unzu. Be read this first 25th day of August 25. Moved by Councillor Chatton, Councillor Thompson, all in favor. Carried. Number 2. Number 3, that bylaw 2025-148, a bylaw to approve an authorization, the execution of medical service agreement between the Corporation of the City of Belleville and Dr. Ken Lohr, be read and passed this 25th day of August 25. Moved by Councillor Henderson, seconded by Councillor Enright Miller. All in favor? Carried. Manager physician recruitment, 3 today. Very good job. Thank you for that. And we expect more now, so the bar's been set high. Okay, move to motions. Motion is that council direct staff to undertake necessary steps to eliminate the use of automated speed enforcement cameras with the exception of school zones only. Moved by Councillor Henderson, seconded by Councillor Chatton. Councillor Henderson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and I do need to make an amendment to that motion, just simply after discussions with Manager Reid, just cleaning up some of the wording.
Yep.
So that we're understanding exactly what we're asking for. If I could read that now. That council directs staff to undertake the necessary steps to eliminate the use of automated speed enforcement in community safety zones with the exception of areas: Harder Drive from Avondale Road to Palmer Road, Sydney Street from Wyra Street West to Bridge Street West, Harmony Road from Highway 37 to 449 Harmony Road, Ashley Street from Doucette Road to Old Madoc Road, and College Street East from North Front to Canafton Road.
Okay, so that's an amendment moved by Councillor Henderson, seconded by... Yeah, seconded by you is fine.
If it's a friendly, I'm fine with that.
Yep. Discussion on to the amendment. Councillor Henderson, did you want to speak, or anybody? Nope. All in favor of the amendment? Failed. Original motion.
Okay, so we'll go to the original motion then. Initially, it was just to clean up the wording, but since we don't want to clean up the wording, I'll just give you what I got.
The floor is yours, yes, sure.
Thank you. Okay, so, I'm asking for your support today after an extensive review and community input regarding the use of automated speed enforcement cameras. As we discussed in the previous meeting, there's a large public outcry for the removal of automated speed enforcement cameras throughout the city. You will see in your desk in front of you a fairly rudimentary online survey that I put together after receiving an abundance of calls on the use of automated speed enforcement. The survey was aimed at seeking public opinion, and it certainly didn't disappoint me at all. I was pleasantly surprised at the level of response. However, I wasn't surprised at the level of negative feedback by residents in the community regarding the use for various reasons. There were all different reasons that they were opposed to them. I have provided 46 pages of comments that were also left by the respondents to the survey, just for your review. In addition, I've included information that was provided to me from a resident who is well-versed in traffic engineering. The information that was provided is very detailed and technical in nature. I will reference a few of those points, however, the information provided, I've given you the entire information that he provided to me. I guess first what I'd like to do is start with the resident survey and highlight a few points that I feel go to the heart of the responses to the automated speed enforcement cameras. We received input from 582 respondents. Of those surveyed, 56% of the survey respondents are totally opposed to the automated speed enforcement cameras, with only 10% being completely in favor of them. The additional 30% were somewhat in favor of them. 75 of the respondents have noticed an increase in traffic on neighboring streets as a result of drivers attempting to avoid the automated speed enforcement cameras, and that in and of itself creates added safety concerns in the other residential neighborhoods. For example, Village Drive and Lemoyne Street are two that I've heard most about. Residents have stated that it isn't even safe enough to walk your dog on Village Drive anymore with the level of increased traffic that this is creating. 74% of the respondents did feel that the automated speed enforcement cameras were having a direct negative financial impact on affected families. This is in keeping with exactly what I had mentioned in the last meeting. We know that over $4,366,000 is being removed from the disposable income of residents. In turn, what will end up happening is it will also be removed from our local economy, which is it's struggling in some ways as well. Some of the affected residents have told me that they've had to make a choice whether to pay their fine or cut back on groceries or possibly utilities that month for their families. Lastly, regarding the results of the survey, 55% of the respondents indicated that if given a preference regarding speed enforcement cameras, they would have them only used in areas around schools during school hours only. 31% of the residents would like them discontinued completely, with only a staggering 8% of the respondents interested in continue with them at all. So only 8% of these respondents had any interest in keeping them. So getting to more now to the points that were given to me by the resident with the experience, I guess, with road engineering. His concerns were basically fundamental speed limit versus road design mismatch. He states that when road design contradicts posted speeds, you get a widespread violations of artificially low limits rather than genuine safety improvements. For an example, Sydney Street is a 4-lane arterial road designed for 50 kilometers plus, but it's posted at 40 kilometers an hour. The problem is road geometry, which is he indicates as lane width, sight lines, design, naturally encourages higher speeds. The result is that drivers instinctively travel at safe speeds to road conditions, then end up getting ticketed. His second point was the misuse of arterial roads for local safety measures, and he's asking, are we creating a system-wide traffic problem by misusing road designs for through traffic movements? He cites examples Sydney and Canafton Road, 2 out of 3 of the main north-south arterials. They're designed for regional traffic movement, and that's why they're 4 lanes. Traffic diversion problems, which I've already discussed based on the survey, making arterial roads hostile pushes traffic onto North Front Street and other side roads. Point 3 he makes is no demonstrated safety problems. He calls it the evidence gap and asks, are we ticketing residents and visitors to our city saying that we're solving problems we haven't proven exist to begin with in those specific locations? Now, there's a lot of other information there which I've left with you. I don't want to get into all of it because it's very complicated and we'll be here all night, and we already are. His fourth point he makes is the lack of alternative safety measures. And what he suggests is, why aren't we addressing red light violations? Multiple violations are observed daily. It's a genuine safety hazard. What about intersection design, left turn conflicts requiring signal timing changes, and distracted driving? Why aren't we targeting more of that? The fifth point that's made is regarding the calibration conformance. And I'm not questioning the technology itself. It's provincially approved, but we are collecting about over 1.4 million in fines. Council should at least see the calibration records, the error margins, and the post-vandalism checks. Without transparency, how can residents trust the program? And his last point is, are we more interested in revenue generation over safety? When enforcement generates 6 times the projected revenue and funds tax relief instead of safety improvements, it is not being used appropriately. And he goes on to say the ASC fines should fund safety measures, not general budget relief. In closing, I personally would like to thank the residents who participated in the responses, the surveys. I'd also like to thank city staff and the traffic committee for their commitment to public safety. This isn't anti-safety by any means, it's pro-engineering standards. Let's protect our schools and areas with documented pedestrian activity while respecting traffic engineering and community planning principles. The current system generates revenue by penalizing predictable driver behavior on poorly matched road design. That's not safety, that's revenue generation. I'd also go on to say that I have complete faith in the Belleville Police Service. if we can handle the school zones, I'm pretty sure that I'm confident that the police service can identify issues in other areas of the city and take the appropriate measures. I've always had faith in them before. I still do. That's why we have traffic enforcement officers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCaw. Anybody else would like to add to this? Councillor Chatton.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. When this first came before council, my vote was overwhelmingly in support of the cameras because it was meant to be a temporary fix. It was meant to be a temporary measure that was supposed to assist police in ensuring that they were able to control traffic and behavior across the city. But the volume of calls for service at that time is different than what the volume of calls for service is today. And I don't have the same view of this at this point. This should not be an ongoing effort by the city. We do not have a traffic department here at City Hall specific to traffic enforcement. That is a police issue. It's an enforcement issue. And I just feel that we're heading down a path where we're going to be taking on something that doesn't belong to us. It's not about fixing roads. And I just feel that at this point, we need to either scale back or get rid of them. It's just beyond what it was intended to be from the very beginning. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Carr?
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't get to speak last week. I wasn't here and debated whether I was going to speak today, but here I am. This could be the third rail of politics, but I'm going to speak anyway. I appreciate the fact that there's a survey done here, and I've taken a couple statistics courses with my honors degree, and the first thing you always do with surveys is you have to test the validity and the reliability of them. So the question is that are they Belleville residents? I recall that when there was surveys that were being circulated when we were looking at Old Highway 2 terms ago, there was petitions put out, and there was individuals signing petitions on the Mohawk territory that lived in Tweed, Madoc, who were coming for less fuel or less expensive fuel and other things, and we're signing off on those things, but it was impacting the residents who live on Old Highway 2 getting in and out of their driveway. So while these are interesting, you know, I wonder the validity or the reliability. Question 2, though, is interesting, is do you believe the automated speed enforcement cameras have had a direct financial impact affected residents? 74% of that group said yes. Well, of course, because when there's a fine, there is a financial aspect. That's how it works, whether it's a police officer, whether it's a bylaw ticketing you for staying longer than your paid parking. That happens. The debate mentioned Village Drive, and you can't walk your dog safely on the street. Well, if I recall that we actually had a Village Drive sidewalk project on here on the capital expenditure to make it safe for pedestrians to get off the driving portion of the road and go on the sidewalk. The majority of the residents called out the council and said, we don't want a sidewalk. And so that was struck from the capital budget, and that money was allocated elsewhere. So you can have a safe sidewalk and we'll get you off the road, but you have to agree to the sidewalk, and there would have been funds attached to it. You know, it's funny. I know a thing or two about human behavior. I assess it for a living, and it's predictable. It's habitual, and we drive that way. We drive on the same roads. You know, if you do the same drive every day, there'll probably be portions of the day or of that drive where you go, how did I get here? Because you've zoned out, because it's become habitual, it's become predictable, and that's when accidents happen. At the end of the day, accidents or anything like that is human error, which we all commit errors at one point or another. So it's making it safe. The other thing that we have to be mindful of is, and I've said it here, is we're a car-centric community for sure. You know, we do have transit and we do have active transportation, but everybody relies on a vehicle. But when it comes to road safety, we can't be car-centric. We have to be mindful of that child who's bouncing a basketball on a sidewalk next to a curb with no boulevard, who then suddenly bounces the ball and it goes out into traffic, and their first instinct is to go out. We as the driver have to be responsible for that pedestrian. So you have to take pedestrians into consideration, children pedestrians in particular, Cyclists as well, as we encourage people to be active in our community. They do, under the Highway Traffic Act, have the ability to share the road. And so as a result, we have to make sure it's safe for everyone. You know, I'm going to speak generally. You would think, and I would say that, you know, there's 500 some respondents, and let's say they are all from Belleville. That's a very small, statistically insignificant number when you compare overall residents and drivers. But that small group has an overreaction. You would think that we had put the satellite in the sky that suddenly was monitoring all 400 kilometers of road at one time. We have 11 community safety zones. We have 4 cameras that rotate. They face one direction because you can only get the rear plate. And I don't know this, so this is pure speculation, but based on the camera and the angle and all the rest of it, I would say the reach is probably maybe 100 to 200 meters. So at 4 cameras, you're talking maybe 800 meters of lane coverage on 400 kilometers of road. So that is, you know, statistically 0.001% of our roads are covered at any one time with a camera. So when we see the high numbers, and, you know, staff, in fairness to them, they didn't think we had the speeding problem that we do. And speed limits are there, they're the law. And like any other law, there's an expectation to follow it. We're not asking it to be unreasonable, do the speed limit. You know, Sydney Street's a prime example, it was mentioned here today. It's an arterial road. But if we had a clean slate in which to design our roads, Sydney Street residents, it would be their backyards that would face onto Sydney Street. But when that road was put in, I would suggest that there was probably horse and wagon at the time, and houses started to build on that road. And then as our city continues to grow, we have no choice but to use those type of roads as arterial roads. You know, you look even at North Front Street. I don't know how many times around this table we tried to get staff to look at, can we put a turn lane in because of the difficulty there? We just don't have the capacity. The city has grown beyond the people that have become before us that sat here and designed the city, so we inherit some of that. So unfortunately, we have residents who live on an arterial road. That's a factor in the consideration. The other, you know, the suggestion of just school zones, if you drive down Sydney Street at any time of the day, there is a lot of children moving up and down that street, going to Parkdale School and going to Lady Fatima School, who walk there collectively. And Parkdale's not even on there, but they all walk on there. We have several crossing guards because of the safety factors related to that. Research has been very clear that ASE effectively reduces speeding, crashes, and injuries. Now, I had media ask me one time, you know, like, well, how many accidents has there been and how many fatalities? And my question to that media person was simple. How many is acceptable? My number is 0. And so if we don't have one, we should never have one. And I'd rather be proactive than reactive and ensure that the community is safe. Research findings prove that it reduces speeding, fewer crashes, and its behavioral impact changes driver cognition, making speeding seem less favorable, more difficult to control, leading to diminished self-reported behaviors. There's even a report out of York University, Data-Driven Optimization of Automated Speed Enforcement Logistics. And it's quite a report, and I kind of went through it. But it said empirical evidence from existing ASE practices show that the number of citations drops each month as drivers become aware of camera locations and lower their driving speeds. Again, we're asking people to follow the speed limit. So, where we've had cameras removed, and some of these are in school zones, Palmer Road saw a 14.5% reduction in speed. Sydney Street saw a 27.2% reduction. This is after the camera's gone. Dundas Street, 16.4%, and Ashley Street saw a whopping 24.6% reduction in speed near that school. So when that driver now is driving past that school, when school's back in 2 weeks, they've already started to change their behavior to match. That's the expectation. The other thing is you would think, based on this small group of individuals, that automated speed enforcement is some new novelty that nobody else has ever tried. Sweden started Vision Zero in 1990, and it was a focus on public safety and everybody on the road. And ASEs are everywhere. The city of New York has 750 of them. Chicago has them. I was just in Vancouver, in Richmond, but also in Vancouver proper. Not only do they have a speed camera, but right above it they have a red light camera. We're required under the Highway Traffic Act to post a sign that it's coming and a sign that it's there. If you don't know it's there and you don't see that sign, you are a problem driver because you're not paying attention to what's out there. And if you can't see a fixed sign, I dare to say safety will be a concern when it comes to a child. The other thing that and I'm almost done, Mayor, thank you for your indulgence, is this has been heavily studied through the Traffic Committee, even last term, when the former mayor gave the mandate to the Transportation Committee to actually look at photo radar. And we didn't just pick these places because we think it's a good idea, or we've had Mr. and Mrs. Smith who said, hey, I think they're speeding. Okay, we'll put a camera. We evaluated data. The city has a policy. Staff between transportation and engineering look through, and there's actually metrics to determine whether they meet the score based on all kinds of things that were outlined by this other professional that was suggested here today. And so it's all clear. The other thing that comes with it, and this is the most important thing, at the end of the day, people are concerned about their pocketbook. Well, you have control over that. If you obey the law, it costs you nothing. And what I found, because I drive Sydney Street a lot, particularly between Bell Boulevard and College Street, and there's people that speed by me. I do the speed limit, they go by. We both show up at the traffic light together. One may be before the other, but we're waving at each other. So here's the thing. You sped through that, you probably got a ticket, and where did you go? Nowhere. If you slow down, then the children and the cyclists and everybody along there is safe because we know reduced speeds mean better chances of success. The other thing that we found last term was when we looked at the city of Calgary, who had it for a ASE for a particular length of time, saw a drastic reduction in tickets and revenue. Why? Because behavior changed. People got into the patterns of knowing where they are and would slow down even when they're removed. And we're already seeing this after one rotation. So you let the program do its thing and you're going to see the reduction in tickets because behavior will change. And that's what, and I'll speak for myself, that's what I want. I want revenue down, because if revenue goes down, that means that speeds are going down. And so I think that needs to be considered is this is in its infancy. People don't understand it. People don't see it. They don't pay attention. They're in their own little bubble and they're driving and not paying attention to what's going on. And that's the reality that we face, is that suddenly there's this overwhelming amount of tickets. But it will go down over time as behavior changes. And so we're seeing that, and as this program continues. But at the end of the day, it's simply about public safety. I can say as a councillor, I don't want to see that revenue continue to go up. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else before I call the vote? Okay. Everybody good? Councillor Thompson, you want to speak?
Yeah, I was not going to say anything, but see, I chair the Transportation Committee. I feel obligated to at least... There you go. As chair of the Transportation Committee, excuse me, I feel obligated to at least say a couple of words. First of all, a comment was made it was going to be a temporary measure. That was never in the cards to be a temporary measure. It might have been misunderstood by councillors, but it was always to be something we implemented and continued in the city of Belleville. The money we're using is now being used for some doctor recruitment, because we have a situation with lexicon and dividends, so it's going to good use. And it was always about safety, 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 safety. And we have one person in this community, I won't use his name, but he's always saying it's a cash grab. This is not a cash grab. If you speed, you get a ticket. Simple as that. And we get revenue from it. Yes, we do. We got expenses to pay out of it. This is strictly a safety measure. We were at AMO on the weekend, got talking to the mayor of Ottawa, and our worship was with me. His first thing is, I want more cameras, because it's working in the city of Ottawa to slow traffic down. And if you ever drive in Ottawa or Toronto, everything, and even in Belleville, people have no regards for safety, for speed. Bad enough, they go through stoplights and red lights, and I would hope in the near future sometime we're going to get red light cameras. That's a thing that we need. I was sitting at one of the intersections the other day, a truck beside me, right through the red light. We need to stop that. But these are working. We would be a sin to let them go. And I just encourage you to try to stay away from the negativity. And every day I get some people that call me or email me say they're not happy with it, but I get more people calling me saying, I'm happy with them. I want them in more streets than we're allowed. And as Director Reid will say, we're only allowed in certain areas. I get people that want them on Hague Road, Palmer Road, different roads where we're not allowed them. And they're speeding there. I would wish the government would open it up and say, you put them where you feel you need them. We need to slow people down. It's ridiculous. So I'm not supporting the motion. I'm saying continue with this good aspect we have in the city and look forward to red light cameras.
Okay, call a vote, record a vote, please.
This is for the motion that is on the agenda pages. Councillor Kelly.
No.
Councillor Thompson.
No.
Councillor Brown.
No.
Councillor Carr.
No.
Councillor Chatton.
Yes.
Councillor Enright Miller.
No.
Councillor Henderson.
Yes.
Mayor Ellis.
Yes.
The motion lost, Your Worship.
Moving to announcements. Councillor Thompson? Announcements?
I've got just one announcement. I was at AMO on the weekend, or last week, with a number of other delegates, and I just wanted to tell you that the AMO and the Good Roads and the Roma conferences are of value to councillors. And being there, you get to dialogue with other councillors, other mayors, staff. You find out what other ones are doing. It's a great tool. We don't need to be going to a lot of them, but I certainly encourage councillors and mayors to go to the odd one a year, one every 2 years, one every 3 years. There's great dialogue in those. I went to, I think, a total of 11 different sessions along with the major sessions. Lots of dialogue, and you find out there's other municipalities running into the same situation. So you get to dialogue, how they're trying to work around it, and what some of their ideas, and we don't always get that around the council chambers. And so I encourage you to go to these. And the one thing that really upset me, one of our past MPPs, Mr. Todd Smith, said on AMO, or said on Mr. Brooker's radio station a week ago, so glad I don't have to attend those anymore. Mayor and councillors go, nothing gets done, zippo. But yet for years, that MPP encouraged us to go to Good Roads, AMO, and Roma. Now all of a sudden he's not an MPP anymore. Now it's a bad idea. Why would he talk out of two things out of his face, say one and not the other? These conferences are of value. I'm disgusted that a past MPP, Todd Smith, would say that and give the people in our community the wrong idea why we go to these conferences to learn. And now he's saying it's a waste of time. Well, maybe he should have said that when he was an MPP. Thank you.
He's collecting too big a check then. Announcements, going down that side, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. First of all, quite surprised that former Minister Smith would have said this. He was in government for, I think it was 7 or 8 years. His party was in power, and he was a minister. And I recall, like it was yesterday, that Minister Smith encouraged us to set up meetings with Health Minister Sylvia Jones, Transportation Minister Mulrooney, and he initiated and was at those meetings. So troubling to hear that Minister Smith felt that they're a waste of time. I can tell you differently. I was at Roma this past January. Just wanted to allude to what you talked about. We met with the federal minister, the mayor, myself, Councillor Enright Miller. Some of us were sitting around a table, had a conversation, got the paperwork through for housing dollars, and I think the city received, I think, is it 19 or 20 million dollars, Mr. McDonald, or 16? So, Mr. Smith, saying there's no value to those, and I'll say my own experience is, yes, there are. And you're hearing from other municipalities on what's happening in their neck of the woods, and I'm kind of disappointed by former MPP Mr. Smith with those comments. I just wanted to have my part of it for council today, a positive comment. I want to thank Chris Anderson, Jordan, and the city team that were so instrumental, the Parks team with the Caribbean Festival a couple of weekends ago, Belleville Police Service, Belleville Fire and Emergency Services. One of the captains said that that was the best ever event that he's ever attended in the city of Belleville. Thanks to downtown, the City of Belleville Economic Development Team, anybody associated with the city. I want to thank also Mary Boyd, Jenna Foote. They were key. Carrie's teammates up at the Quinte Sports and Wellness Center, the Toronto Carnival, and we had a discussion about that a couple of weeks ago at the meeting. We had close to 10,000 people for the 3-day festival. And last year we know that $750,000 in economic impact with just over 7,200. The early numbers we're getting from Bay of Quinte Regional Marketing Board, Downtown District, some huge numbers over the 3-day festival, close to 10,000. Hotels were booked, restaurants were booked, vendors, marketers, they did extremely well. I want to thank the mayor and all the colleagues here at City of Belleville for the support, and it's something to grow on, and we had a very successful 4th year. Thank you.
Okay, proclamations. September Arthritis Awareness Month, September Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, and Polycystic Kidney Disease Awareness Day is September 4th. I need a motion for confirmation bylaw number 25-141, a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council meeting held on August 25th, 25, be moved and seconded. Councillor Chatton, Councillor Brown, discussion, all in favor, carried. And I just want to make a comment to staff. Thank you for all that you do for us. Without you, we would not have a proper agenda, and thank you for everything. And that includes right from this end to the other end. So thank you. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Carr, Councillor Thompson, all in favor, carried. Thank you.